I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs spoon. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Naja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. A legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Ooh, that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Django. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace like headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no story telling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Ooh, that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Alfred.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Alfred.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see you guys tonight. Thank you all so much for being here. And we have a great show planned for tonight, although I have the video still uploading. Sasha said I'm like the judge in the, I think it's, which one did you say? Athena Strand, that's right. I thought I put a notification up a little bit earlier tonight, and then before I knew it, I was like, oh, I didn't put anything up yet. So I've been busy getting together some merch because I didn't realize how easy it was to kind of get that going. And so I made a couple of designs, and big shout out to Coffee Crime and Cats. She ordered, I think it was a shirt and a coffee mug. So I really appreciate that. That'll be the new what should I see the OG collection, right? Because I'll get better at designing things, guys. So I hope you guys like it. If you didn't get a chance to check it out, just go to the store tab on my channel and you'll see it there. So I'm really excited about that to announce that tonight. I think for the next 10 days, I believe is a 25% off discount, and they have a couple of like little buttons and different things. I have to fix some of the buttons though, because it appears that I need to make them circular, obviously, because the buttons are circular. So I'm going to have to make them fit into there so it looks more filled up on the button, if that makes sense. But I'm super excited about that. And I was working on designs and things like that. And of course, then I have no storage. So I had to get rid of a couple of the, ones that I didn't like or didn't want to put up. But I do have a video tonight. So just in the nick of time used to be Justin on TikTok. I'm sorry, just in the nick of crime. Sorry, I thought it was more clever than that, which it is. It's really cute. Just in the nick of crime used to be Justin on TikTok, and Seth went on his show and spoke with him about Chris and Katie Proudfoot and about what they were doing to Sebastian or saying about Sebastian at that time period, right? So we're kind of just trucking along on Seth's interviews. I'm going to put them in order on the playlist. I just don't know that I have them completely in order right now. And I'm trying to get these interviews up kind of not really in their entirety, right? Because I have to edit some of it out and, I fix it up so that way, it kind of flows. um, or take out, people are saying super chats, super stickers, things like that. Um, but either way, I want to get those out and then I want to do some comparisons with them, um, because there was a lot that was going on in the first couple of months in terms of interviews, right? Like once the parents started doing interviews, they didn't stop. They just continued to do the interview, like crazy, right? Um, Chris and Katie were more reluctant, in my opinion. Seth was really going for interviews, a lot of them. Pascal was one, and then I heard about Justin on TikTok, who moved over to YouTube as well around that time from Pascal. Right. So that's kind of how I was aware of where Seth was going. And I was watching these interviews at the time. And people might say, well, why are you going over Seth's interviews? A lot of us don't think that he had anything to do with it, really legitimately doesn't know where his son is and wants to find him. So I figured let's still go over the interviews because there's so much that Seth was saying from the very beginning, right? A lot of us say from the get go. But from get go, from Jump Street, Seth is saying a lot, telling us information. He's, again, reluctant to talk badly about the other parents because obviously that's, a good way to kind of cause a problem, right? Let's just be honest. People can get their feelings hurt. People can say, "Oh no, that didn't happen." They'll deny things. It just causes issues. But at this point, I think Seth really was at the end of his rope, right? And he didn't um, know what else to do really because there was a lot of animosity. And again, Chris and Katie were building their own kind of little underbelly or subculture of people who were okay with them not searching. A lot of them have those people still in their corner, which at the time I was thinking, well, everybody needs, and I'm pretty sure I even said that in my new, my old videos. Everybody needs someone to lean on, right? They need people, they need a support system. So I wasn't really worried about it. But then we kind of realized that they were creating a circus with these people, and these people were being very outwardly um, loud and threatening and really downright foul, in my opinion. And again, it's still going. There have been a lot of beefs that have been formed, but there was a lot of things that were going on too. As we get into it, that we can kind of see that things were going downhill really quickly because of local involvement and because Chris and Katie seem to have been jumping from place to place to kind of do damage control. They started bringing out the divorce allegations from Seth and Katie, even though the judge found them not to be truthful and sided with Seth on those allegations. Um, so that's kind of where we're at. Seth's at his wits' ends, even though we think at his wits' end, excuse me. And even if we think that he's at his wits' end now, right, which is April 3rd is the interview 2024. I can't imagine where he's at April 30th, 2026. Right? Because we never thought it was gonna get this far. Um, I certainly didn't. I thought, any minute now after the Holly Thompson interview, I'm like, "They're gonna get him." Right? And then when they did the Only Hands interview, I'm like, "Oh my gosh, the police are gonna get him." Right? Really soon because they got a lot of information, I bet you. And I was, like, all amped up, and I was rooting on Eric Craddock, and I'm rooting on I didn't even know about Brandon Carter at that time, to be quite honest. Um but he was on all the flyers. But Ken Widener, again, I still like Ken Widener. I think he did a lot to try to figure out what happened to Sebastian. I can give him that much. But I think then the investigation turned to be criminal. And I think that it was always criminal. And I think the only people who didn't want to say it was criminal was Eric Craddock because he didn't want a frenzy on his hands, in my opinion. And you also had a bunch of dummies, in my opinion. Sorry, but if you're that dumb, I'm sorry. I'm just going to call it as it is. Bunch of dummies on here saying, oh, it's not a criminal investigation. Although every time we turn on the news, we click on channel 4, channel 5, what channel 2 in Nashville we're hearing this is now a criminal investigation, and I played that again. I have these videos of this time period that I'm collecting, guys, and we're presenting these. So it's all right here for us to see, to watch it play out again, knowing what we know now and looking back with hindsight. So, and good to see you, Marion. And Sasha is here. Good to see you, Sasha. And also Holly is here. Hey, Holly and Kiki. Good to see you, Kiki. I couldn't hype your video. I think I watched it when it was too new or something, but then Bo was saying, oh, I hyped your video, lady. And then I said, oh, I need to go back and get Kiki. So it finally let me do the hype. Because I do try to save my hype points, because I want to promote good people. We have a lot of good YouTubers out here that still keep Sebastian's name out there, that are trying to stick to the facts and really trying to follow a trail to find Sebastian, because we all know that he didn't just poof disappear. you know um Hey, Bluegrass Meadows, good to see you. Christmas Swan is here. Good to see you, Christmas Swan. And hello, Crazy Bird. So good to see you. And Krista is here. And thank you guys so much for hitting the like button. You guys are amazing. Um, so, oh, I'm sorry you've been cleaning all day, Kiki. That's what I need to do. I need to do laundry before my trip and get things together. I did kind of unbox the box that I got for my daughter, and I'm like working on building it up. But I got her some really cute stuff. I won't say it here because I know sometimes she listens, but um, really, really cute. Really, really cute stuff for graduation. So I kind of put that together last night and um, did the merch store and that sort of thing. So, and hello, Detroit. So good to see you. And let's see, I want to make sure I get everybody that's here. And yes, Sasha. So right now, and I have the schedule. I've just been so busy with my stuff too. But we have Chuchi, who is going to be in and out because of medical surgery, and then also her son is playing baseball. But I did hear they won their game yesterday, so that's awesome. And so she'll be like in and out, you know. Um, Kiki, I'll tell you. Oh my gosh. I am so behind. There's still videos that I'm working on that I wanted to get out and I haven't yet. And then today, but yeah, just give me a call or shoot me a text. And Brenda's here. Hey Brenda, good to see you. And Julie, hey Julie, good to see you. Aw, thank you for coming out of the bushes. Yeah, absolutely. Sasha says, so if Sebastian is one at one of those schools, who's making the payments and why would it be so secretive? Why would they report him missing? I've never heard if any case were the same where someone did this. I mean, here's my thing with the schools. I think it's something to look into because of the fact that DCS pays for the school. So I'm like, "Oh my gosh, really?" And DCS has been, and it's not just Tennessee. I'm not picking on Tennessee. I'm saying that I've watched and showed a lot of news coverage, and mainstream media hates covering stuff like this, right? I mean, the reporters probably love it, but like they're under the guise of, what they can say and what they can't. And they were interested in the story because of the New Hampshire boys coming, right? And they told what was going on. And it was at Bledsoe Youth Academy where they wanted to send Sebastian, right? So I'm just making these connections to see. A lot like this, the investigation board, I guess is what, I don't know what they call them, but that's what I call it. Where you're just making those connections, right? Okay, this is connected to this is connected to this. There were 5 CPS reports. So the 5th one is still open and no one knows what's in it. So, was DCS involved in taking Sebastian and putting him somewhere where it would be paid for? Now, that's where we get into the company who owns Bledsoe Youth Academy and who, since the incident or incidents with the New Hampshire boys, has, changed the name to an assessment center, right? So it was a 30-bed inpatient facility, but now it's just an assessment center, and then they're sent out to different locations that are under this youth opportunities umbrella. Everything is paid for by state allocated funds, and another bit of funds that they get from Tennessee state specifically is for mental health. So they have monies that they can transfer around, right? And they're pulling in boys from other states, like New Hampshire, who has nothing to do with any of the locations that they currently have. I don't know how or why or what happened, and if somebody knows how that relationship came to be, I'm all ears because I would love to know. Because this enterprise is still working itself in Tennessee, in Florida, right? Throughout Florida. There's 10 locations here. Monies come from juvenile department, right? So they're those some of those people are being kept until they're 21 years old. So it's just very interesting. It is absolutely secretive. You have to do a referral, right? You get a referral from DCS and they handle the rest, right? And this referral, in my opinion, was given to Mr. and Mrs. Proudfoot for Sebastian, and then they told Seth about it. But they didn't tell CPS about Seth. They just said, "Hey Seth, we're gonna send Sebastian to this place right here, this Bledsoe." And he said, "Oh no, I don't think that's a great idea because there's been several children who have not made it out of there, right?" Like not that they didn't finish the program, it's because they were abused or something horrible happened to them, right? Then we hear about the New Hampshire boys, and that was in July of 2023 that came out. And then we watched a news clip of it, and the news was covering it, and that was in September of 2023, right? All of this going on with Sebastian was in October, November of 2023. The CPS reports throughout, the time from October or November-ish, right? Fall of 2022, all the way up until he went missing. That very last CPS report, no one knows what's in it. So, did they do something shady? Did Chris and Katie think they were actually helping Sebastian in some fucked up way? Night court, right? I mean, I don't know, but I think it's important for us to look at it. And with Sebastian turning 17, maybe we can narrow some of it down. Um, but yeah, there's some pretty solid connections. But I agree with you. I don't understand why they would report him missing. And I've never heard of a case like this either, because typically the parents sign the paperwork and the kid goes away, and maybe one day we'll hear about it because the kid's going to come forward and say, my parents put me in a corrective boot camp, ranch, church, whatever it is, because there's all kinds of these facilities out there, guys. There's religious ones, there's culty ones, there's excuse me, ones that focusing on actually reprogramming. There's military style ones, there's medical ones. I mean, there are schools galore. And typically they take the kids out of their house with no belongings in the middle of the night. Right? But the parents know. And they don't report them missing, Sasha. So the problem is Seth. Seth is the problem, right? Mainly Sebastian's the problem for the proud feats, but also Seth poses a problem because he doesn't go along with the plan. He doesn't want to go along with the pact. He doesn't want to go along with, don't be mad, Sebastian's missing. Dirt, dirt, dirt. No, he's not dealing with that. He's saying, no, where's my son? Don't tell me he's just missing, you know? And he won't stand for it, just like he wouldn't stand for putting him in that hellhole, which is now an assessment center, as if they should be assessing anyone besides themselves and their practices and how they do these kids, you know? Great question though, Sasha. I mean, I ask myself the same thing, you know? Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it has to, and I feel so bad. Look, Faith is this beautiful little girl. She looks just, like a doll, and she should be able to live a happy life and not be a part of or a cause for what happened to her stepbrother. But unfortunately, I think the review in January is a big deal. Chris can laugh all he wants, but Sebastian might have just been one of Chris's worst nightmares, because Sebastian is the type of person, in my opinion, because many people on the spectrum do, tell the truth and are very literal about things. And sometimes they'll even correct people, right? Just not out of being snarky or spicy or however we want to call it, sassy. It's not that. It's because they have to. It's like an impulse. It's impulsive. It's like, okay, let me tell you this, which is a good thing because they're very smart. They can bring a lot to the table. And when Chris laughs about Sebastian being, oh, it's preposterous, the judge would want to talk to him. Bullshit, I believe he would. If it was me and I was deciding where Faith was going to go, I'd want to talk to Sebastian. Yeah, you're damn Skippy. And I think Chris was just beside himself because he wouldn't have any control over that, because the judge will take the children into the chambers and not worry about the parents being around there to sit there and listen and eavesdrop on the conversation or control it or give them signals to not talk about certain things or whatnot, and I think that ate him up, and it should have, because he had a lot of dirt. He did a lot of dirt, in my opinion. Hey, Brad. So, Seth has shown great restraint, in my opinion. I would probably be locked up. I know, Brenna, me too. I'd be in big trouble because I would just, again, be beside myself, and in the beginning, they're saying that Seth, should have went along with him, and we had a pact, and don't do a GoFundMe without us, because if you do, We're going to sue you, all kinds of messy and uncalled for antics by the Proud Feet. And then if that wasn't bad enough, they were going, place to place and embarrassing themselves, Seth and Sebastian, in my opinion, wherever, whoever would play them or listen to them, right? And we were all listening to them because we thought, okay, maybe, just maybe, we're going to get an answer, some leakage, right, for where Sebastian is. So, and I think a lot of us, excuse me, because we believed Seth in the beginning, just because we believed him, um, we kind of discounted a lot of what he said, in my opinion. Because I can see that for myself too, because I could probably recite a lot of what Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot have said, right, just off the top of my head. But with Seth, it was like, oh yeah, he did say that in Pascal's interview. I do remember that now, right? So that's why I want to go over it. And put Seth in the hot seat for a change. Hey Cinderella. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, I think it's valid. We need to listen to what Seth is telling us. Pay attention to the time frame of when he's saying it. Also, hey Anne, Miss Anne Reynolds, good to see you. They can speak about Sebastian, though, even there's nothing new. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, I think it's a positive to continue on talking about Sebastian. Um, and like I said, there's so much to analyze because everything happens so quickly that no one, right, really started to take a look at and analyze, even myself, everything that was being said because there was so much out there. Every time you turn around, there'd be something. And then you'd have chaos, especially if you're watching on YouTube. You had just utter chaos and, fuckery and idiocy and lunacy around every corner in Sebastian's case. People complaining about it, but not willing to do anything about it, positive to talk about him and analyze his case the way that he deserves to have it analyzed. Sebastian never deserved this shit. Never once did he deserve it. And there were a lot of good people that were rallying around, but the insidious nature of the Proud Feet just seeped right in there, right? To where people didn't know what to believe, even though it's right in front of all of us. I mean, we can go back and read the court documents from Chris and Katie's divorce, but I don't see the point because Seth explains it, right? He explains what happened, and the judge dropped it. It's not like he was like, "Yeah, Katie's right. She's being abused by this guy." None of these allegations came about until the divorce. And so with that, I just think it's a waste of time and it doesn't help us find Sebastian. What we do need to keep in mind is that it happened and that Katie was willing to throw Seth under the bus, a man that helped her raise Sebastian for 7 years of his life, was married to Seth for that long, a little longer. I don't know exactly how long they were married. I'm working on getting some details together for you guys on that. But it's been out there. It's been out there. Yeah, exactly. He did say that. He did, Brenda. I remember Ken saying we are used to producing, and that spoke volumes, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that they are frustrated with the status quo, right? I mean, if I'm being fair, which I have to be, if I'm in this position, right? I mean, there's some things where I'm just in some days where I'm just sitting here like, what the hell? And I'm so angry with law enforcement. I want to blame them and I want to think, oh my gosh, they're so corrupt, which I have something for you guys tonight too, that some of you may have seen, and we're going to talk about it. Um, the good old boy system is a real part of this, right? And it's existed. Um, when I first recognized it was in Ken Widener, and even though I told you guys I do like him as a person, it's not that I don't like him, but he has that mentality, right? I mean, as a matter of fact, there's a lot of people that I know that, I like because Missouri is that way. Good old boy system. If you're different, you're an outside. Like when Seth was like, I'm an outsider, I'm like, good old boys. First thing, right? Because that's what we see with that. Because what they one person can do, another person just simply can't do, right? Not everybody's treated with the same equal laws, right? And things. It's who you know and who you I'll let you guys fill in the blank, right? And it's a very toxic situation. But when Ken Widener said he's going to go over and speak to the parents on day 5, like I do every morning, and we know that Seth wasn't there except for the first 3 days, that's telling me that he is showing bias toward Katie and Chris, and Seth is kind of an afterthought, even though he's the biological father. And we see that with CPS as well. Nobody told Seth that this was happening. He didn't know. And Sebastian didn't tell him, you know? Aw, thank you, Kiki. I know. I was like, sometimes I think it doesn't work in the very beginning. I was like, I haven't hyped anybody in a while, so I'm like, I should still have points, racked up. So I have rollover points. Um, Brad, I will be gone for like a week, but I will still probably come live. I don't know. I just don't like to drive and go live. Um, Last time I did, the whole screen was upside down. It was hilarious because I do have to focus on driving and stuff, and I do have a longer drive this time, but I will try to go live, and I'll definitely try to um get some videos and stuff up. But yeah, it won't be long. I'll be still working behind the scenes on stuff and like doing Discord and that sort of thing. It'll give me a little bit of time to, work on some of the things in the war room and things that I wanted to get out. So, but hey, Valley Gal, good to see you. I'm going to see my daughter for her graduation, so I'm really excited. And the stepdad knew about it, or he didn't know and found out afterwards. Yeah, and see, I mean, here's the thing, it is hard, and I understand that Katie had the majority of the time. Oh, and I wanted to tell you guys that I did hear Seth in this interview that we're about to watch that I just dropped the video for, that he did have arrangements with Katie. See, again, these are things that I totally forgot, right? I knew Katie and Chris never mentioned it, but Seth did, right? So I got that wrong. Forgot about that part. So again, this is why I want to go over these. But I found that little nugget today. I'm like, okay, so the deal was supposed to be that they were going to switch up the parenting plan basically. So like how Seth would have every other weekend, and then the vacations, that's what Katie was going to get. They were going to do the switcheroo on the parenting plan, which seems fair, right? The best thing that you can do for the kids is really have an open ended parenting plan like that, right? I don't know how well it works to have the kids do like halftime here, halftime there, unless you live like close, really, really close. But I think it's important to have that openness because it's a good thing for the kids. It always seems like that's the best thing. Some people just can't get along for it. But again, I think it was kind of going to be like that. And it did seem like their parenting plan was pretty open, like in terms of if Seth had something going on, he wouldn't have to ask Katie and beg her for time with his son. She would say, sure, okay, well, as long as it's not a school night, da da da. They did say that, right? But when it comes to whether they were gonna, switch it up, Seth does mention that. So, oh, really? Brad, so people were saying that she had made an offhanded comment. So Valley Gal. I just really interesting thing today on Facebook. I was like, oh boy, this will go really well with my video because I've been working on a lot of stuff behind the scenes. It's just putting it all together, right? Because I get a lot of information and a lot of people have been, so great about sending information and, helping me research. And so, but today there was a new nugget. And I'm like, I've got to show you guys this because we have been talking about this subject. So it's going to be at the end of the video tonight, but Kiki says, I wonder about the one in Tennessee for kids with troubled families, if they accept vouchers and such. So it should say on the website, it should say it how the fees are assessed. Now, some of them are private pay and insurance and state funded, da da da. Like it just depends. But yeah, I know. Um, There's one for troubled families though, Kiki. I don't know if I'm aware of that one. That's interesting. And the ones that are under youth opportunities investments, there's 15. 15 centers in Tennessee alone. Next highest is Florida with 10, and then there's 4, I believe. No, sorry. No, that's right. Yeah, 3 or well, we'll just say 3 or 4 in Texas and or excuse me, 3 or 4 in Michigan, excuse me, and then 1 in Texas. Sorry. There's only 1 facility in Texas. But again, they gave Seth, well, not them, but Tara, the specialist, had given Seth 4 different ones, right? 1 in Texas, 1 in Utah, 1 in Missouri, um, for them to look at to see, and then they said those were too expensive. So that's why we were looking into it because I was like, I wonder how much the one in Gallatin, Bledsoe, was if they were going to just let him go, if that was their option. And sure as shit, the best price is free, right? So, oh, okay. Yeah, Detroit. See, I think it's a valid question. Yeah, Detroit says that's the question I asked before. Could they have signed him over to state custody without Seth's signature? I mean, I never thought they could, Detroit, because I remember you saying that, and I'm like, I don't think so. And I also was thinking to myself, why would the state keep him if they know that he's missing or excuse me, $50,000 reward through the Memphis FBI field office? But I don't know. They seem to be doing a lot of shit they're not supposed to be doing, and then they deny it. Oh no, we don't have kids sleeping in the office on air mattresses. And then you see all these air mattresses, pictures of them, and these kids with their little shoes at the end of the bed and their stuff on, lined up on the tables. This is their stuff. You could tell they were separated. Their little items were separated. So sad. Kids calling 911. I'm stuck in CPS or DCS. They got us. They're not letting us out. We've been in here, and then they would take them for showers, and all that kind of stuff can get very um inappropriate very, very quickly, especially with the number of Chester Cheetahs out there. I mean, left and right. Here comes another Chester. Here comes another one. Oh, Brad says, Valley Girl, I'm a Tennessean too, and I still don't understand why Seth would want to move here in the first place. Aw. Well, Tennessee is really beautiful, Brad, and I think a lot of people have wanted to move there because of that. It's a pretty place. I'm sure they have really good schools and different things that are appealing to people. But a lot of these places, unfortunately, are showing quite a bit of corruption. Um, yeah, Kiki says, yep, yeah, Detroit. Hello, Coffee Crime and Cats. Good to see you. And hello, little Miss Sharon. Hey, Miss Sharon. Why did Nancy Grace, Court TV, Jen Kaffendaffer, and other YouTube creators suddenly stop talking about Sebastian? Were they threatened or do they know something? I think that's a good question, Brenda. I mean, I'll kind of give you guys my thoughts on things coming up because, again, it's something else I'm working on. But I know what you're saying about all of that. And some have been legitimately threatened. I know that for a fact, right? Some of them not. Um, I think it's just my opinion. I think Jen Kaffendaffer, and again, this is just my opinion. I think she wants to be liked and accepted. And you guys are probably thinking, yeah, me too. I'm sure you do too, lady. I do, right? But I don't care about it that much. I don't care about it enough to sell my soul. I don't care about it enough to get, look, the amount of subscribers that we have is awesome. We're growing all the time, right? Like slowly on an upward trajectory. That's fantastic. But that's okay with me, right? Because all of you guys are organic people. I didn't pay for one single subscriber, right? Everybody's here on their own free will. You're not being held hostage of any type, right? But if I was to do what everybody else wanted me to do or say what everybody else wanted me to say all the time, I would probably be up there in numbers, right? But because I'm deliberately standing on convictions and telling you guys how I really truly feel, right? Like there's some things that I'm not just going to come out in the public and act like an asshole about, right? But I mean some things I do, right? Sometimes you guys do see that. But it's not going to be all the time. But I'm not willing to bend to what they want us to say, and Jen Kaffendaffer she's a 25-year veteran of the FBI, and she doesn't know who my Diego the dog handler is, who's friends with Chris Carr, who's friends with Terry Lynn, who's friends with Katie Proudfoot, who found the pants. I'm not willing to mess with people that aren't really willing to look into Sebastian's case. They can say they're deep diving his case all they want. They're not. They're not if they don't know that. And that lady's just freely chatting in there till I ran her out of there. I have the screenshots to prove it. Right? But that's why. That's a big reason why. A big reason is threats. A big reason is because they want to be liked. And they can't handle it. Oh my God, I don't have enough subscribers, right? I got to go, pander to these idiots. I'm never going to do that. Not when it's Sebastian's, or any missing kid for that matter on the line. And, I'm always going to evolve in the theory. If I get information, even if I'm wrong about it, even if I was wrong the whole time and I get new information, I'm going to change my mind. Because again, it means more to me to stay on the right track and talk about facts than and follow the facts than it is for me to believe a lie just because it makes me feel better or because I don't want to admit that I'm wrong. And in Sebastian's case, poor Sebastian, because anybody who has ever speculated on this case or even put their heart into it or, mind into it, we're going to be wrong. So anybody thinks that they're going to have every single bit of Sebastian's case exactly how it happened. None of us are going to know that. None of us are going to do that. Right? So, I mean, because there's been so much. Even this interview is about an hour long. I kind of shaved it down and I added in some Nancy Grace um, into it as well, what Chris and Katie had said to her. Because that was kind of the topic of conversation, why Seth was going on there as well. It was to talk about some things that were said on that show. The polygraphs, right? They talked about the dogs on that show. Brian Trasher from the United Cajun Navy, the vice president, was on with Nancy Grace. That was March 25th, by the way, 2024. So this interview that we're about to watch with Justin on TikTok, which changed to Just in the Nick of Crime. Um, he is on April 3rd, 2024. And okay, let me just go ahead and get this pulled up for us. And okay, here we go. All right. So again, like I was saying, Seth was very reluctant, right? Very reluctant to let's see, call out the proud feet, right? It because he didn't want the bull crap, I'm sure. But he does find himself in a situation now where behind the scenes he's being threatened, and we're going to kind of go over that as he tells us. But hey, Kylie's nail candy, good to see you. Hey, Bo. Good to see you guys. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. I kind of sounded like JLR for a minute. um, remember the pickup with a man running around Hong's house after? Oh, yeah, I know. I know. All of them got threats. They did. Crazy Bird. That's another thing too. If you talked about Sebastian's case, you're were liable to get threatened in some way, shape, or form, even talking about it on the internet, right? But when people were searching, they were focusing their efforts there as well, you know? So the threats are absolutely real. I have the same thing happened to me. They found that nut who's also a YouTuber who I have a lifetime restraining order on him and his wife because they were threatening me. So I know they're real. I was there when I saw the police officers starting crap at the demonstration, at the gathering for Sebastian. Oh, I know it's real. I know it's real. Um, Apparently, there was also a hit put out on Dog the Bounty Hunter and that whole group. Um, so I know that it's real. In my opinion, these people, a lot of them are reporting back to Chris Proudfoot. At least that's what happened to me, right? Like I have the transcripts and the video where this person is bragging, right, that he's going to call Chris Proudfoot and Chris Proudfoot wants him to send him the link for the live and everything. So, yeah, hands down. From the very beginning, there has been people threatening Seth's searchers, right? That's why he decided that he would keep the searches from 9:30 a.m. until 5 p.m. and they were gathering at the Rudder. Before that, it was off of Volunteer Parkway or some crap like that. Um, but they couldn't meet up over there, so they went to the Rudder instead, right? And that was kind of their spot for a little while. But we're gonna get into all of that. Yeah, it's for Chris. It is. It's absolutely for Chris. Yeah, he's the one. He wants to be able to sit back and watch other people get in trouble for the things that he wants to be doing, right? So, and again, they do enlist the help of other people at sometimes, right? So it makes me wonder if, they've done that here as well. But usually but when they're dealing with more people, it's going to be different, right? Usually they like to kind of all get in on the action like they did with Nina. But now that it's in such a grander scale, right? And there's people questioning them, like myself, they can't handle it, right? They feel like it's out of control. So they have to get people to do their dirty work for them, and yeah, somebody got their serpentine belt cut when they first started searching. Yep. Yeah, CJ, it was CJ, wasn't it, Kiki? Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, the laundry list of people, right, that were being followed, being harassed, being stalked is unbelievable, you know? Oh, it was Crabtree. Okay, so Crabtree. Yeah, and oddly enough, Crabtree was, I shouldn't say oddly enough because he does help with missing people, right? But he was working with Tony for a little while, right? And then the Cajun Navy, also the Uvalde Foundation pulled out. I don't know that they were, I can't remember their exact statement. I think they were more not wanting to deal with the untruthfulness of Chris and Katie. Look, dealing with Chris is going to be a pain in the ass no matter who you are or what you're doing. Just a relationship with a complete narcissist, right? A very malignant type narcissist is never going to work. They're like, oil and vinegar with everybody. So, yeah, well, he's another one that wants to be liked. He wanted to build his YouTube channel, and the only way that people can build their YouTube channels is through the hate channels. Because I hate to say it, but a lot of the channels that support Sebastian don't support each other like they should. The hate channels are very good at supporting each other and getting each other subscribers and building those channels up so they can have more um of a cult. In my opinion, I mean, I don't know what else to call it. They don't think for themselves, or they allow themselves to be lied to straight to their face. um Send me money for this, send me money for that, all of that stuff, right? And you can see, just even with um Reels and Krama Chronicles, when they first came out, um their channels were built up by Clue, Queen Bee, right? And that group of people. And they had all of a sudden monetized, and 3,000 people just and they just started their account 2 months ago, right? But all of a sudden they're monetized and they're fully functioning whole channel, right? It wasn't like someone like me who started making videos, who learned, who nobody knew me on YouTube at all. I didn't know anybody on YouTube either at the time, you know, and I built it up. They don't want to have to do the work, Kylie. They just don't, right? And Krabby's the same way. He wanted to be in with all of the hate channels so that way they'd say, go sub up, go do this, go do that, do it. And then they go, okay, because they're a bunch of sheep. Okay, I'll do that for you. I'll come back and let you know when it's done. Like that. It's ridiculous. They don't earn anything, you know? Yeah, it's money above morality. Right. It's gross, and it just so that way they can have more pull, right, in the community in situations like that. And if they see another bully who's willing to lie and cheat and steal to get their, notoriety, right? Then they're all for it. You know, they were all playing their content. That's how they got to, in 2 months what it takes, a year to build if you're any good, right? So I'm sorry, but that's the way I see it. All right, so Seth Rogers exposes the feet. I'm going to play this out. We'll pause as we go to review.
If someone has you, run. Get to a phone, call 911, tell them who you are. Call 911, son. Your dad's out here looking for you. And I'm trying to find you, but I need your help, son. I need your help.
Before I bring Seth on, I want to talk a couple things that have happened since, we scheduled this live. Seth, I'm sure a lot of y'all have seen by now. If not, I'll tell you. I did an episode with Nancy Grace. And one of those things that came up during that interview is the fact that you haven't seen it yet, is that Nancy Grace offered Chris Proudfoot offered Chris Proudfoot a lie detector polygraph, which on air he said he would take. And then when it came time to take it, Nancy Grace jumped through all the hoops to make that happen. He said that the TBI told him that he can't take it, which I'm just going to say I call BS on that one right now.
Miss Grace, could I jump in for something?
Yes, please. And I want to follow up with a question regarding Miss Proudfoot's polygraph. But please, Lauren, jump in. Everybody on the panel. Now is the time to ask the Proudfoots any question that may shed light on what has happened to Sebastian. We are not in a judging arena. We are in a fact-finding arena. We can then assimilate the facts and make deductions. I want to go back to Katie Proudfoot. This is Sebastian's biological mother, Miss Proudfoot. What questions were you asked during your polygraph?
I was asked if I knew where my son was. I was asked if I hurt him. I was asked if I had hurt someone, among a few other questions.
And Mr. Proudfoot, you have volunteered to take a poly?
Yes, ma'am.
If I were to set up a poly for you, would you take it?
Name the place and time, ma'am. I'll be there.
Look at his face. What a jerk. What a jerk. Name the time and place, ma'am, and I'll be there. Oh, whatever. This isn't a holdup, Proudfoot. Chill. You know, and then show up for your polygraph like a normal person would. Hey, Shadow, good to see you. He's such a doofus, isn't he? Nisi, good to see you. Lord have mercy, this man. He really is a doofus. And he sits there with just this jerk look on his face, right? Nancy's like, if I set one up, would you just take the polygraph, right? It wasn't a challenge. It's how defensive. What kind of defensive language and body language is he given, an attitude given to Nancy Grace here? You know? One of his many lies, lover girl, and he doesn't care to not keep his word, right? And up until this point, he was telling everyone, right? And I just can't wait to do the comparison on that. Because he was just telling everyone, I took a polygraph, passed. Wait until we go into the March 17th interview with Duchess, right? And Arctic Fox, their buddy. Wait till we hit that one, right? Trevor Lee coming in about, the interview's like 3/4 of a way done. And he's like, why are you, threatening, why are you threatening Seth's mom? Talk about threats, little liar chicken shit. Detroit, for sure. Hey, Poppy, good to see you. Yeah, totally. I can hear people in the camper with them too, Kiki. And another thing too is that Katie, I'm going to show you guys too, she snaps this little thing, and it's going to be, towards the end here, because I just wanted to put this in for context, because this is what Justin was talking about, at this time, what he was referring to. And so I just kind of wanted to show you this, where Chris Proudfoot, I mean, it looks like he needs a dunce cap, right? Right here, just a dunce cap. Because he's over there, name the time and place, ma'am, and I'll be there, and never showed up for it. Meanwhile, Seth takes a polygraph with a world-renowned guy from the FBI and passes his. We've never seen any proof that Chris or Katie passed their polygraph tests or even took them. We're just assuming they did. And let's not forget what they talked about with Jules. Oh, yeah, they were introduced to him first day. Yes. Oh, and they were very familiar with him in that interview. Yeah. They're all buddies, right? All of those people are. So, very interesting.
The key to being rich, it's knowing what counts.
It's investing in a little.
Before tonight, I've been out there. I was with one of the search days that Seth was out there. I was not with his team, but I was with another team that was out there. And I'm going to tell you what, this man is an absolute trooper. He hurt himself and he kept going. He is living on very little sleep. I don't know how he's running other than probably just pure adrenaline at this point. Hey, Seth, how's it going?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds like don't ask me how I'm doing. Oh, Kiki, I'm sorry. Do I have oh, thank you for your super chat. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I didn't even see it. It's for children in crisis situations. You can refer a child. Oh, okay. How do they get referrals? Is it through DCS too? Because see, they had a form that the parents would fill out. And I mean, if it's an online form, I guess they could have not mentioned Seth, is what I'm thinking. So that's for the school. Oh my goodness. Ugh. See, and so many of them operate like that in secrecy. And they're like, we're gonna, fix your kid. We're gonna fix sorry, Kiki. we're gonna fix your kid, right? And a lot of parents that want their child, like truly want them to get help for whatever's going on with them, are like, okay, sure, right? So like not all of it is malicious or mean or, mommy dearest type crap. Or I'm gonna send you to boarding school stuff, right? Or evil stepdad vibes, right? It's more or less because they're trying to help. Um, but it's very secretive. Yeah, pedo schools, exactly. I know. Hello, Cinderella. And also the people that prey on those types of jobs and things like that are the ones that, want access to kids, unfortunately. So I know, Kiki. Well, could you imagine someone asking you, how you doing when, when that's going on? But that's just like normal banter, for any of us. We just, say, how are you? So I know. Poor Seth. And, again, with this being, 2 years ago, basically, give or take, because I mean, this is in the beginning of the month. Yeah, it's just crazy to think that we're still here, you know? Um, yeah, definitely, Kiki, because, like I said, there's so many options, and I almost feel like very overwhelmed because of all of the options. And again, just like, Paris Hilton, 'cause she was partying all the time. Her parents were like, you're not going to do that. We're going to, and they took her in the middle of the night and put her in a place and she was hurt while she was there, So yeah. Well, and they get it. Well, the mental health monies also concern me, right? Because that's extra that, they'll have to spend up so they can get the same amount for next year and things. That's how that funding works. So, I mean, and again, how are those boys coming from, New Hampshire and paying that school to keep them, So, oh, thank you, Kiki. So, yeah, here's Seth. I'll go look at that link.
It's going.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we don't have to do the pleasantries on that. I know it's not going well for you. We're over a month of you not having any rest, right? Constant interviews, constant everything.
Constant something. I don't know what it is, but I don't wish it upon anybody.
No, what you're going through is a parent's absolute worst nightmare. Before we get started, I don't think you need any introduction, obviously, but before we get started on questions and things like that about Sebastian, who this is really about, is there anything that you want to say to the people before we start?
Thank you. Thank you, all those that are helping me find my son. Thank you for everybody who's showing up to search. Thank you, everybody who's putting out flyers, even where they live. Every little piece helps. I want my son's name and face plastered everywhere. And if somebody out there is watching this and you have my file, he's mine. I need you to just drop him off at an open gas station and tell him to go inside and tell him who he is. and tell him to call 911.
One of the questions I was going to ask you later, but let's go ahead and get this one out of the way because it goes with what you're saying. Other than what you just said, is there any other message that you would like to convey to anyone who might have information about Sebastian's whereabouts? Anything that you want to say to them at all outside of what you just said?
Show up. They email me. There are people on Facebook that for all these sites. Send it to them. You know, there's Miss Terry Lynn. She has a podcast. She wants people to send her tips. If you're local and you have a tip, come by where we gather before we go out to search.
Okay, guys, really quick, I just want to put a brief disclaimer in here. So, you know, unfortunately, none of these people are really handling Sebastian's case anymore. So, like, you know, we know that here, but like TL, Terry Lynn, not involved. The Rudder, they're not meeting there. You know, just anybody that's being mentioned in here isn't really actively working the case anymore, which is unfortunate, you know, or searching. So I just kind of want to put that disclaimer in there, because I didn't know how to word it without it seeming like, you know, kind of jerky, like don't contact these people because they're not the ones, right? Or don't be sending their tips in because they're not the ones. But the reason why Terry Lynn was taking them, because at first she was searching out there, right? She pissed a lot of people off because, you know, people were like, I thought you were blind, and you know, and that's how are you looking or driving and looking for this kid, right? But just kind of want to throw that out there.
I live in Clarksville. You know, you'll find me. My truck's pretty easy to make. I mean, there are people. Even if you want to call where I work, call, and they probably won't like this, but call Davison County Sheriff's Department. Tell them that you have a tip.
We're almost there. Everything's going to be okay. The Great Northwest became one big.
And guys, I do also want to say that you can also sense that there's some distrust from Seth and law enforcement on this, right? Because he's feeling like he should talk with his people in Davidson County, and, you know, also like they're not following up on tips that they should be, and that sort of thing. So, hey, Blue Love says, and weird. Hello, Scranton. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it has been super odd, you know. A man in Australia on a work visa has been charged with 145 SA amongst other kids he worked with in child care center. It's just awful. Oh my gosh, Kylie. Aw, they are sick as hell, aren't they? Golly. Oh my gosh, 145. Unbelievable. Yeah, I'm glad you're here, Blue Love. Yeah, so that is unbelievable. Unstinking believable.
They'll get it to me. I'm pretty sure. I've gotten a lot of support from Davison County.
Yeah, I'm positive they would get it to you. And at the same time, you know, if it comes up and you guys need to get a tip to somebody, you can reach out to me. You can reach out to Pascal. You can reach out to anybody that has anything. For me, out of all the cases that we've talked about, this one really hits me hard because I am local. I live in Sumner County. It is very, very close to me. This is my community. Sebastian is my neighbor. And even though you're...
And I just want to say too that, you know, I think Justin is amazing, but he too seemed to have stepped down because of him being local and there being such bad threats and things. And he's got little kids, and, you know, I mean, everybody has a family and everybody has kids and loved ones, and, you know, nieces, nephews, grandchildren, what have you. You know, so it doesn't matter. It's a loved one. It's a person. And the way that they went around threatening people and acting so crazy like this is unbelievable to me. Because nobody would want their family member threatened. And again, we're looking for a missing kid. We're spreading awareness about a missing kid. I never thought in my wildest dreams that we would ever deal with something like this. Even myself, like doing true crime cases, I just thought I was going to, you know, do true crime cases and talk about it with whoever wanted to talk with me about topics, you know, or whatever that interests you guys, the same thing that interests me. I never thought it would get to like this point, right? And so I mean, it's crazy, Bo. I never, like, if somebody would have told me that, like, oh, be careful, because if you do this, You might get threatened or blah blah blah. I'd be like, no, I'll be fine. You know what I mean? Like, it's okay. Like, not well, what are they going to do on the internet? But they do. They find people that live near you and they go after you, right? It's strange, and it's over a missing kid, so it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, and and the thing is, Kiki, and they do it in the strangest, weirdest way, you know? So, I love Grady Judd. He does rock. He does. He kicks all forms of ass. Um, then a call the other day you didn't even know about. Really? You got a call? People use their family members as pawns to make their point, what direction they wanted them to go in my opinion. Yeah, and that's what's crazy. That is so crazy. But yeah, that's why somebody good like, Pascal or, Justin and that sort of thing, because they have family members and they don't want their family members to be hurt, right? And Seth has said, I don't want people's family members to be hurt. That's terrible, you know? Yeah, it is shocking. Lover girl, it is shocking. The way that the Proudfoots and their associates have treated people is shocking. I still can't believe it. They are shameless. And they are. It's like, um, if you're not with us, you're against us, right? Like they can't handle that other people have a difference of opinion than they do. And it really does show how defensive they are and how much guilt they're showing, and how much paranoia, right? Because especially when you know that you've done something, um you start wondering if other people think you did, and stuff like that. It's a heavy burden. It's a heavy burden. um but I mean, look, as I say all the time, I don't know what happened here. I wish I did. um but just the fact that I'm talking about it pisses them off, and that's weird to me. And a little channel too, right? Which I love our little channel. I'm just saying, it's weird. I mean, I was just like, no. Like when I first was thinking about it, I'm like, I think he's just saying that he's gonna report back to Chris Proudfoot. Oh no. No, I verified that he was absolutely doing it, for Chris, doing the dirty work for him, and then he wanted the ass pats, head pats, and things for doing that. It's unbelievable, you know. What? Are you serious, Kiki? You better stop, and hung up. A man said that? What the fuck? I don't know, Janet. Hello, Janet. Good to see you. I know. Why are Katie and Chris not in court for abuse with those 5 CPS? That's one still open. I don't know. I don't know, Janet. And that is one thing that really boggles my mind. I know, right, Detroit? That's crazy. Lover Girl says, I definitely agree, Lady Freedom. I think they are compensating for guilty knowledge by acting crazy towards people talking about or looking for Sebastian. Yeah, because, and then the taking down of the flyers, and as different as the cases are of Michael Monkey Vaughn and Sebastian Rogers, I have to go back to just recently, people were taking down monkey signs that had been up for years. But all of a sudden, since there was that hearing and everything, that's come out, the probable cause came out, Brandy Vaughn was out there putting the big signs and stuff and flyers back where they were. Unbelievable. Somebody, and they caught the person who was taking them down. You know, it's these people will do things for those other people, and it's crazy. It's crazy. And I never thought, like, really? Are they really taking them down? When I didn't know, I was kind of like, well, I don't know if that's true. You know what I mean? Like maybe people are just kind of, jumping on the bandwagon. Oh yeah, I was threatened too. But it was so bizarre because even when the United Cajun Navy came out about it, and then Eric Craddock said, no, that I've never gotten any reports of any threats. Bull crap. People are saying they reported it to you, sir. Weird. Unless he didn't have it reported to him and it was to somebody else, but I don't believe that. In a high profile case like that, in a small area like that, word gets around. And I think Craddock knew. I think he allowed for it, in my opinion. I don't see any way around it because he denied it. I know, Shadow. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe they're just letting him get away with it. And you know, and I go back and forth with that too. I'm like, there's no way Craddock is just, gonna take bear the brunt of all of this for them. Why? Why would he mess himself up like that? So Kiki, they haven't seen Crazy yet. No. Kiki. You're hilarious. You're like me. I'm like, oh, I'll meet that crazy. Funtuski says, I remember what Nina said in her interview with Trevor Lee, yeah, about what they did when Faith was a baby. Yeah, in my opinion, haven't changed. Yeah. Well, and I think a lot of it, Chris was abusive to the first wives, right? But he wasn't like that with Nina. He did it to her kids, because he knew that he had already went too far, and he's like, now he was turning abuse and saying it was discipline, and those two things are completely different, right? We could be punished or disciplined for something, but it doesn't have to get violent. But Chris was using that as like a way to get violent with the kids, and then he would take his frustrations out because baby Faith was crying, according to Nina, and he slammed her car seat down on the table because he was angry with the baby that's crying, as if doing something like that is going to make her stop crying. It never occurred to that ape to pick the baby up and soothe her. Maybe she's hungry. Maybe she needs a diaper change. There's only a couple of things that would make a baby cry, right? Unless they're like colicky or sick or something like that. But still, you don't none of those reasons are to slam them on a coffee table. That's not going to help, right? It's just going to make things worse and probably traumatize the baby. So, oh, it was a Florida number. No, I haven't seen. I think I liked one of Mom Ended Up's posts. Oh, I think it was when I was on TikTok. I had to delete my TikTok again though, so that way I could upload this long video. So, yeah, I agree, Blue Love. They don't really actually investigate. I'll have to check that out, Scranton. I think you're right. I mean, the thing is I think they were trying to figure out what they could do, especially since there were so many reports, in my opinion. You know? So, I know I haven't watched either, Detroit. So, you did see it, Kiki? Oh gosh. Oh, I hope she's okay. I had people remove signs that I posted even in a blessing box in a church parking lot, and they wrote a note not to post flyers. Oh gosh. I mean, and that to me, I just don't understand because I mean, if it was our kid, we'd want the signs up. It was local too, locally. I think Craddock is a liar too, in my opinion, Valley Gal. You know? So, Trevor Lee, as far as I know, there was a disagreement. Well, I was watching on Josh the Lab because I think he was on there. Yeah, I think it was that one that I was watching, and he was talking about it. Basically, things got kind of messed up, right? Because Chloe was kind of working both sides, and also they weren't telling Seth the information. They were keeping things from him and different things like that. And I believe that Trevor was upset with Seth because of some things that had happened there. But again, I wasn't there. Um, I just know that he was also one of the ones that decided not to continue on, you know? So, yeah, you never know, Kiki. You never know. You just don't. There's absolutely no end to these people and the weird things that they'll do. I mean, there's just no telling. Yeah, well, I think I don't want to say they were dating if they weren't, but I think that he and Chloe were dating is what I heard. So, I mean, I think that they I think that they wanted to help at first, but I think a lot of it too they were swayed and a lot of it um again, they want to be liked. They want to be they were working with SF before they knew him, so they wanted to stay in that group, right? They didn't want to help Seth out. In my opinion, they wanted to, stay in their little group. Um which that doesn't help Sebastian. And if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, prove me wrong, but that's my opinion. That's the way I look at it.
In Clarksville, you are too, although getting from here to Clarksville, there's not a straight shot, but this is do what?
I said that's because of 24.
Yeah, I know that's because of 24. They could make a thing, but they haven't. But that's a different discussion on a different day. Like a bypass. But this is my community, and so what I want to say is they are out there searching every day. This is, a lot of volunteers have come forward. They still need things, which we'll talk about more. But if you are local, if you are in the Nashville area, you can devote some time. Please, come out and search. Drop off supplies. Are they still doing supplies over by a volunteer drive?
No, we are at 127 River Road.
And again, guys, I'm sorry I didn't put in, but these are not accurate still to this day, right? This was back on April 3rd, 2024. Just disclaimer. Lover Girl, I'm not as active on X. But that's interesting. I wonder what happened. I mean, look, I know these cases are stressful and stuff like that. And I would hate to say, anybody's, got ill will or any ill intent or anything like that. But I will say SF was another one that threatened me and was saying slanderous and defaming remarks about me, right? Just right there with the haters, thought it was funny. And it was all because of that picture, right, of the 3 a.m. lights. So another winner. But yeah, you know, from what I saw of Chloe, she didn't seem to be a bad person. Same thing goes for Trevor. SF, when I realized that they had all worked or known each other at some point, I was like, oh, why? Because I know what he pulled in the Kylie Rodney case. Um, yeah. Yeah, very vulnerable. Exactly, exactly. I agree, Crazy Bird. Was it Chloe? It was one of them. SF was working under Heather because she had the PI license. Oh, I gotcha. That makes sense, Funtuski. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. SF went off on Chloe at one point, and Trevor Lee came to her defense, so I think he went off on him too. Aw, well, that's nice of Trevor. See, that's what I think a lot of it had to do too. I think Trevor likes to, you know, defend people. He's protective. We'll just say he's protective. But again, I'm not 100% what all went down there. I just know that a lot of that stuff wasn't being shared with Seth. And, here's the thing: if I'm paying for a PI, I want the PI to only tell me things. I would probably even say only myself and law enforcement, would be pervy to that information. Just kidding. But no, but really, I mean, I would expect things to be kept close to the vest because, again, there are certain details that only certain people would know if they were involved. And also, letting this stuff leak out to the public isn't always the best as it's happening, right? Um, but people are smarter than people give each other credit for as well, though. Because certain things, it's like, well, how did you think anybody was going to believe that, right? Chris and Katie, you know, Chris and Katie, hello. So, SF likes to talk big, and then he thinks he makes himself look intelligent. Yeah, I know he's a bumbling, rambling fool, in my opinion. Yeah, he does. It makes him look like the idiot he is. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it is sad, Detroit. Hey, Jen, good to see you. Jen says Chloe had worked under SF on the Layla Santinello case, and he and Chloe got into it back then and let her go. He began talking to her after Seth let her go, her and Heather go. Thank you, Jen. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, here's the thing. We all kind of will know each other, right? Once we have done cases or we've heard of people or if we see them on the court TV or whatever. So yeah, that makes sense. And I know they were both stars, so thank you. Cheryl, I know. I'm so glad I didn't live around them. Yeah, I know. Well, and look, sometimes I wish I did live there so I could help out more. Yeah, after the TL thing, I didn't trust a lot either. Detroit. I mean, I know. I feel the same way. I feel the same way. He's a, he's a used car salesman. Kiki, that's funny. Yeah, he reminds me of Jen. He reminds we were teasing the one night we're like he probably smells like Stetson cologne and coffee and like oh my gosh, he's such a weirdo. And then we find out he was taking like photographs of young women. And, he's just ugh, nasty. Has anyone asked Seth if he thinks he should send flyers to those schools? Oh yeah, you know what? I did send him an email. I'm gonna have to check, Bo, but I was thinking if we did, would they move Sebastian or something? Like, should we send them or should we have someone look into it? I don't know who to have look into it. I would think that the TBI would be on something like that, but it's hard. So, yeah, that one too, though. That one too, Kiki. It's still up there on X. Oh, okay. When he went off on Chloe, he's so crazy. Yeah, I mean, I always thought she seemed like she was pretty nice. That's why I was like, oh, and he's always been. I mean, I won't say always, because when I had a question for him about Riley Strain, he was nice to me, but that was before he was working for the Foot Clan, you know. So yes, Detroit. He was in here yesterday during the day. He came in, called me a weirdo, and then he left. If we're being honest here. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I know he was probably just hanging in the bushes and saw a good opportunity to get in to razz me a little bit, um but yeah, I mean, I know he's not having the easiest time. So yeah, I mean, I think the genuine thing was definitely there for me to love a girl. Like I was like, I think she's really looking to see if she can find him. And it's hard because like you usually don't even have to question those types of things. It's sad. But I also know that like Chris and Katie um were telling people a lot of stuff too though. So I mean, it's just so hard because people are going to do self-preservation mode. They're going to be, you know, trying to do damage control, even especially if they already know what's going on.
Hendersonville, Tennessee. It's over by the Rudder, which
There's a restaurant on the water.
Yeah, Rudder's in south part of Hendersonville, guys. Pretty easy to find. So if it's where that place we were searching that one day where I met you out there, where the building was. Okay, so yeah, you go down like you're going to the Rudder, and you just don't quite go that far. And anyways, putting a GPS, but they need supplies. What do you need at this point from supply standpoint? Obviously, water, food, snacks.
Water is great, but we need eyes. We need people. We need people. We need people to come together as a community. This is a 15-year-old child that doesn't deserve what has happened to him to have happened to him.
Yeah, I agree with you. And he's a special needs child, which makes it that much more. And so, yeah, if you guys are out, I know that I know that this live was posted in a lot of Sebastian Rogers groups and a lot of local Hendersonville groups. If you are local, please find some time to come out and search. You know, it doesn't have to be a formal thing. You can come a little bit later. You can come a little bit earlier. You know, you can organize your own independent search. There are maps of where they've gone. You know, if you do live in the area, you know, and you have property, because with Hendersonville, as you know, Madison, Goodlettsville, Gallatin, there are some people that have pretty large plots of land. If you have one with anything on it, from water to, you know, wells to caves to any places where he could hide or be stashed, please check. And like law enforcement said in the press conference yesterday, if you're afraid to go do it yourself, you don't want to do it by yourself, call them. They said that they will come out and help you search. So that being said, you know, let's start here, because this is about Sebastian, right? And we've had a lot of people ask a lot of things about Sebastian, but we don't know a lot about him. So if you don't mind, how would you describe him as a person, as your son? What are some of his passions, some of his interests?
Oh, boy loves video games. I think it's more like a close toss-up between animals and video games. When it comes to animals, he loves cats. Like, the boy just loves cats. He loves cats. I mean, like, if he sees a stray cat, he's apt to walk up. Why is it running from me? Well, son, it's cat. Trying to explain that to him, you know, and not. I mean, my son got bit in the face by a dog, and he had to have 7 stitches in his face, and he still isn't scared of dogs. I mean, he's not scared of anything.
Okay, guys. So this is where it's going to get harder to listen to, right? And I know a lot of you guys have seen this or probably remember this. And good morning, KJ Mac. Good to see you. So, but I know it's something that, you know, we have to consider. Crazy Bird says, no, it's a big chance that money will make someone call it in for a reward. Doing nothing won't find him if he's there. Yeah, they won't tell anyone. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, you know, I think the $50,000 reward was absolutely to entice someone else who knew about it to come forward. And that hasn't happened, you know, so I mean, yeah, it's a hard situation. Um, but I think, you know, there's ways of keeping people under the radar, and that's kind of what I'm worried about more so than anything. Um, you know, so oh, Detroit, I'm sorry that your internet was down. Oh no. Yeah, I would have a lot of questions as well, Kiki. I would too. I would too. And thank you, Bo. Yeah, so um what about Fire Ants, Astro Train? Good to see ya. Um, I know he's Fantuski. I know he has talked with Chris McDonough. I don't know if he's talked to Dr. Gary Bricado. I mean, besides him calling in to Josh's the one night. So, I'm not sure if he's had a one-on-one with him though. So yeah, it is an easy 50 grand, but I mean, if they don't know about it, that's another thing. I mean, it's amazing because we think that everybody knows about Sebastian's case, but not everybody does. So that's another thing I think about as well. You know, so Blue Love says, I'm trying to mention the case to an active police officer who has a channel on here, and he is working the Celeste Rivas case. Okay. All right now, but hoping he can get on Sebastian's. Yeah, that would be lovely. I mean, I like to hear people's perspectives, their new perspectives on it. You know, most definitely. So, Crazy Birds voting, send flyers. Yeah, we've been talking about it in the Discord too, to send them or not to send them. Um, why does news interview Katie alone? Yeah, I think it's because she lawyered up, Janet. I do. I think it's because she lawyered up, and Chris is over there like, nobody talks to my wife without me. All right, so again, guys, back to Sebastian. He's not afraid of anything, right? Even when he's been bit by a dog, he still loves dogs, right? He realizes they're not all the same, or there might have been something he did to scare the dog or something like that. Um, so here we go.
Except for, I guess, his stepfather.
That's fair.
All right, so he's not afraid of anything except for, I guess, maybe his stepfather.
By a dog, and he had to have 7 stitches in his face, and he still isn't scared of dogs. I mean, he's not scared of anything except for, I guess, his stepfather.
That's fair. What are some of the memories, like your favorite memories that you have with him? What stands out to you as a dad? I know that you have a great relationship with your son. What are some of the things that you guys like to do together?
Well, I think one of the favorite things that he likes to do with me is road trips. Me personally, I'm not a fan of road trips because he were to drive. Okay, if he were to drive some, that'd be great. But I can't even get him to sit behind the wheel in the vehicle stationary. But he likes to go on road trips with me. He likes it when I take him to go. I mean, he was born in Georgia. We moved to Kansas while his mother was at Great Mistakes. And then she got stationed in San Diego. And so we drove to San Diego. And then she would leave on a deployment or a half a deployment, a third of a deployment. And we would leave the house. We'd pack everything that we were going to need into the car. And we would drive. We'd go see family. He has been coast to coast probably 6 times.
Okay, so Sebastian really enjoyed road trips, right? He liked to go see his family. That's so sweet. Coffee Crime and Cat says, why did KP say he was shy and might not answer someone? I know. She said, that if you call his name, he'll look. He might not answer, but he'll still look. Because he might not feel like talking, I will say that Seth said something a little bit similar, stating that if he meets you and he gets a wrong vibe off you, then he won't talk to you, right? Which is okay. That's okay though. That's a good thing, right? That means that Sebastian was intuitive about people that he's meeting. Seth will also talk about later too that he had to teach Sebastian that not everybody is his friend. Not everybody's worthy of being his friend, really. And that's a tough conversation that we've all had to have with our kiddos, especially if our kids are sweet kids and they want to be liked. And we all want to be liked, like I said earlier. But little kids, sometimes they don't understand, like why doesn't that person want to play or whatever. And we just have to make them understand, that sometimes you're going to have friends, not everybody's going to like you, not everybody's going to want to play. But then also not everybody is worthy of your friendship. And there's some people that you don't want to, associate with, type of a thing. So, that's hard. That's hard to to say to especially someone on the spectrum, especially because they're very literal about things as well, you know? Right? Get him a big Maine Coon cat. He's gonna have cats all over the house. You know? No, that's great, Blue Love. Yeah, I appreciate others, other people's channels. You know, I do because especially when they're getting out good information. Excuse me. It's awesome. You know, we need the good channels out there. So, but yeah, yeah. So I mean, that's got to be so tough to explain that to Sebastian and be like, you know, you're a good person. And some people don't deserve your friendship, right? Like he's gonna have to tell him about that one kid. Hey NorCal So Gal, good to see you. Good to see you. Intently listening, she says while cleaning. Aw, I'm glad you're here. So yeah, again, it's gonna be hard to listen to, guys.
I mean, boy loves road trips. To me, they're educational. Because a road trip is never the same. You always can take a different route and see different things. And he loved it. He liked when Christmas came around or summer break. If I could get it off, road trip. We'd go down to Texas to see his grandma and his grandpa. You know, there's multiple different ways to get there. Drive through Missouri into Oklahoma, stop and see friends on the way. I think that's one of his favorite things to do with me is road trips.
All right, guys. And so we know that like Uncle Taco and you know, friends that they've met along the way live up in Oklahoma. And then of course, you know, they when they talk about the grandparents here, they're talking about Wayne and Robin, right? The grandparents on Seth's side that they would go and visit and that sort of thing. So, yeah, they do. Kids and animals can sense things about people. They can. I agree. Exactly. I agree. Kiki, yeah. Coffee Crime and Cat says a local Denny's has an autistic guy working there, and he reminds me of Sebastian, but older. He's a doll. Aw, that's so sweet. Yeah, I mean, you know, and the thing is that a lot of times, you know, people will be talkative and people might take, you know, somebody the wrong way. There's also a clip of Mr. Proudfoot talking about Sebastian in that way that he was, you know, having trouble socially. But then again, you know, coming from Chris, it just kind of falls on deaf ears, especially because we know he's very awkward himself.
Because also at the end of road trips or in the middle of road trips, there's going to fish. When my mom and dad, his grandparents lived down in South Texas, we go down there and go fish in the Gulf of Mexico. Boy, love that. I mean, there was nothing like going on the boat to go fishing. You know, he got to see baby hammerhead sharks. One of the people caught one of those little 11-inch hammerhead shark, and he was like, "Dad, it's a shark." And I'm like, "It is. Can we keep it? No. Can we eat it? No, son. In order for it to be big enough to eat, it'd be big enough to eat you." You know, all the jellyfish and stuff that were in the water. I mean, he's inquisitive. He's always been inquisitive. He likes to ask the questions because he wants to know the answers. He wants to know more and more. And it's like, I'm a wealth of information, son. You want to know things? Ask me. You know, I like sharing my knowledge with him. He's my mini-me.
What did he have a favorite place that he liked to go when you guys road tripped?
He'd like to go see his mom and my mom and dad. I mean, he liked.
So down in Texas.
Yeah, he likes dogs, and they have dogs. They have a little Boston pit, and you know, they like him. He liked them. He was so heartbreaking when one of them passed on. But you know, he enjoyed it. He enjoyed seeing family. He enjoyed the trip. He enjoyed the experience of it, I believe.
The shirt that you're wearing, could you show people that for a second?
I found out afterwards. I mean, I found out after my son disappeared that he was scared of his stepfather. I mean, I've seen some of the podcasts where he has used the belt. I mean, if you think about the if you I've been to the school, I've talked to the principal, I've talked to his teachers, I've talked to the SRO, and everybody is like, he's a wonderful kid. You know, he's always happy here. He always wants to make sure, as the SRO told me, he saw him every day, and the SRO was like, it was the same thing every day with him. He would stop the SRO and be like, "How many tickets are you going to give the teacher today?" You know, and
It's
he
funny.
All right. That's my favorite. My favorite one right there. Favorite memory of Sebastian that Seth has shared. Um, yeah, NorCal, absolutely. I watched this short documentary today. I'll have to share it. It was interesting. It was a guy from the UK who was going around to different places in the South and has done this like documentary kind of series. But NorCal says uh, to the person who asked about Tennessee, folks move here for beauty, nice people, slower pace, low property taxes, no state income tax, conservative family values, and as I thought, prosecuting criminals, right? Like tougher on crime. Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to get into some of those politics too. It's very interesting how things are um seemingly that way, but the underbelly is anything but that. But I agree that would be appealing to me, right? Those core values. Nobody likes taxes, and it is beautiful, and there are such nice people. So, and Detroit says I would love to take Sebastian fishing. I know. I would. I mean, I would. I always say it too. Like seeing him at the Texas Roadhouse, I would be like, I'd go out to dinner with Sebastian anytime. Hey, let's do lunch, let's do brunch, right? Like because he's very well behaved and I'm sure if he's talked to and he would be fun to have a conversation with and maybe play a game on that little console that Katie denied him playing. And he can have as many roles as he wants. So yeah. Oh, Detroit, happy heavenly birthday to your mom. Aw. Aw, Detroit. Sending love and hugs. Aw. You guys are so sweet. Aw. Yeah. Well, and it sounds like he liked to go fishing, in wherever he could. He just liked to fish. And, I like that too. I don't know that I'd want to catch sharks though. I haven't been fishing in Florida. I'm used to where's the comment here? My coffee crime and cat says I like living lake next to the lake, fishing for perch and walleye, bass and things. That's what I'd be more used to myself. So we got all the salmon he could eat here. Oh, yes, in Oregon. Yes, we would love fishing for those. Oh my goodness, yes. Yeah, and salmon is so good. I mean, I like sushi. I like salmon. Sebastian's got good taste. But after moving to Hendersonville, Sumner County, we seem to have some corruption. Yeah, ignorance, good old boy system, and tornadoes. I heard you guys were having a tornado the other day. I was talking to Jen. Oh my goodness. And I was just like, oh, I mean, see, but like me being from the Midwest, I'm used to that, the tornado part. So Blue Love says, I'm sorry, but TN sucks. No offense. No, it's okay. Oh my goodness, that's funny. Blue Love, it's okay. Hey, everyone's opinions are welcome. Hey, Tori, good to see you. Aw, good to see you. I'm praying we have someone who can change things, though. Yeah, with the missing children and the essay problems, harsher punishment. Yeah, I'll tell you what, the TBI is on it, though. They've been busting people left and right. They've been getting them Chester Cheetahs. It's like they're rounding them up. I don't know what's going on, but it's good. Aw, no worries. I'm glad you're here, Tori. I feel terrible for Seth. I really, truly hope he finds his boy. I hope so too, Blue Love. I hope so too. You know, um, okay, here we go, guys.
I like to think that he got that from me. I have a sense of humor.
You do have a sense of humor. Even through all this, you have a pretty damn good sense of humor, I think.
Well, there's been people that say that when my sense of humor is gone, the world's probably going to end. But yeah, he's got a sense of humor, and everybody at the school was like, they're wanting him to come back. It's not just me. I mean, he has touched the lives of a lot of people. He has brought joy, his smile. I mean, his behavior, his demeanor.
Oh, there's a little mushroom guy again.
I'm sorry. I know it's hard. Take your time.
Believe he's alive out there.
Yeah, I know you. Sorry, go ahead.
Just needs to be found. He needs to know that there are people in here, and I wish he would have told me. I wish he would have told me what was going on, because I wouldn't have let him go back there.
He might have been afraid to tell you because of what might have happened to him if he did.
Right. And I agree with Justin here. He might have been afraid to say, or he might have been afraid of a lot of things, right? Rocking the boat, making things worse, getting blamed for it. I mean, there's a lot going on. Sebastian was carrying a lot with him, wasn't he? And now Seth is feeling so guilty about that, right? Like, I wish he would have told me. And this is the thing, that Seth is still at this point, guys, we have to remember that he didn't know about any of this really, right? Like, yeah, little Miss Sharon, like he really didn't realize like how bad it was and what was really going on over there. And that's what's so sad, is that like now he's sitting there like, I wouldn't have made him go back there if I'd have known this. Like, holy crap. And we're gonna see how mean old Stepfoot gets at the end of this interview, because I did put a couple clips in there when he was on Nancy Grace.
This is a man. Well, I'm gonna table the comment I was about to make. Let me switch gears just a little bit, and I'm gonna ask you a question. And there's two reasons I'm asking you this question, and it's something that we've talked about. So, in a previous interview, not with you, it was asked what medications Sebastian was on. And I'm going to ask you that right now, not to be nosy, but so that people can know. And there's two parts to this question. What medication?
Okay, guys, so we're going to get into the medications a little bit, but NorCal, you're so right. Seth left California and moved 2,000 miles across country to Tennessee to be near his son, even if it was just for every other weekend, holidays, and vacation time, special events. It speaks volumes to me. Yeah, I'm right there with you. And what Kiki was saying too about Seth being able to, step into that role of being just the only parent, right? Just all of that says a lot. And he has touched so many lives, Kiki. It's amazing. And the fact that Seth picked up on that, and none of these things were picked up on by the Proudfoots. As a matter of fact, they were saying not so nice things about Sebastian. Well, he didn't get invited. He didn't, da 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 da, and talking about how he doesn't clean his room and blah blah blah. I mean, but that's normal. Yeah, I think he was protecting them too. I do too, Detroit. He didn't want to piss off CP any more than he was, because he was afraid. I agree with that too. Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. And who knows if Chris Proudfoot didn't say I'll hurt your dad, or we don't know what was being said to him. I mean, I think Seth has a little bit of you know an inkling at this point. But then once he got the CPS reports and the counseling reports, he knew much more. about it.
Was he on? And what does it mean if he does not have them right now?
He was on some medication for impulse control for ADHD. He wasn't on anything for his autism. And he had two different types of medication they was taking, and I want to say they just switched it, but I want to say it was like Glofacid or something that he was taking, and then he was taking another medication as well, and I can't remember the name of that, and they just put him on Risperidone, or however you want to pronounce it, try to get him to sleep at night.
Okay, guys, and I think it's called Risperidone, but either way, that was the one that for sleep. And I don't know if any of these, and again, I would only have to assume that it was done, that the medications were checked, that everything was accounted for, his daily doses weren't missing, or there weren't extras. I mean, maybe there might have been extras, but giving too much of a medication could be harmful. So I don't know if they checked into that or not.
I didn't have a problem with him sleeping here. So I never really understood that. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but he just turned around and they removed his tonsils because he had obstructive sleep apnea. So they were trying to get him to quote unquote sleep. But I remember as an infant, my son, and a newborn infant sleeps like 18 hours a day. My son slept maybe 4 hours. He's always been one that does not sleep,
At FPL, our teams are working every day.
So Sebastian had trouble sleeping. Seth is telling us about that now. And he also has said that, when he was a baby, he didn't sleep. It's always been something, and also staying up for the road trips and that sort of thing.
But I remember as an infant, my son, and a newborn infant sleeps like 18 hours a day. My son slept maybe 4 hours. He's always been one that does not sleep, there's just, medication doesn't always solve all the problems. Sometimes I think parents use medication against their kids because they just don't want to deal with it.
All right, guys. So again, this is why I say that I believe that Seth was reluctant. He's trying to be as delicate as he can, even saying that sometimes parents, right? We're not going to name any names, Chris and Katie, right? Just giving medication to the kids because they don't want to deal with them, right? And so he was feeling a certain type of way about the medications, especially when it came to like ADHD and things like that. It seemed like, right, that there were some more natural remedies that he preferred to use, and he didn't fully agree with it. And he also thought that Chris and Katie lacked the patience to deal with Sebastian. And he's also saying that in a roundabout way here, that he believes that sometimes parents will give kids medications because they don't want to deal with them. And I think he is referring to the feet here.
There's just, medication doesn't always solve all the problems. Sometimes I think parents use medication against their kids because they just don't want to deal with it. I only worked part-time until my divorce because I spent most of my time taking care of Sebastian. He's not perfect. Nobody is. But that doesn't mean he's a horrible person. It doesn't mean he was a horrible child. Had him set with a routine. I could get him to take a shower, eat, take a shower, lay down in bed, and he'd fall asleep in about an hour at the most. And we're talking about at like 5, 6 years old. It was all about a routine. And there's
Look, it's all about a routine. Kids like structure. They do well in structure, especially autistic individuals, right? And children. Hey, witchy mama. And so that's another thing too. And a lot of times, and I was hyper too, Kiki. I thought I was hyper as hell, like especially when I get together with my cousins or that sort of thing. It was like, or my little friends, and Girl Scouts would be bumping, bouncing off the walls, and But I mean, that's the thing. That's why you put kids in extracurricular things and have them expel their energy in a more positive way, right? If you have a kid that's hyperactive, put them in soccer. They'll be running around back and forth down the field, right? I mean, anybody's going to get worn out. Maybe they need to be, more stimulated, right? Maybe they need more exercise, things like that. And a routine can really help with hyperactivity, right? Let's try that before we just you know, dose them, in my opinion. And I'm not saying that either too, that I'm knocking parents that would, seek out medical attention, right? I'm not a doctor, so that's why, I'll say that. But I also think that there's a lot of natural things you can do, and a routine is very healthy and very necessary for kids to feel safe and structured, right? A predictable schedule is good. And especially if you're filling their time with things, and it does. Structure creates security. Exactly, KJ. Knowing what to expect and yeah, exactly what's expected. I agree. I agree. Yeah, because how are you supposed to, please someone, right? If you're trying to please the parents or whatever in this scenario, without knowing what they want out of you, right? What they're expecting out of you. Or even when you have a boss, your boss will tell you what's expected of you. And then that way, that's your job, right? And you need to meet those expectations. But if they don't guide you, you're just kind of like, what do I do? Right. I mean, that's anything. But kids are the same. So, yeah, like the lady, yeah. Or sorry, Kiki, I didn't read your other one. She says, I literally had a woman at a birthday party the other day tell me she would need to be on nerve meds if she had my kids. Oh no, Kiki made me mad. Aw, me sitting down, all the other ones were everywhere. Like the lady didn't even know me or my kids. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, and that's the thing too. Like that's why I always, was didn't want to judge other parents, to I mean, look, everybody knows their kids and what's good for them. So I try not to, do that and be like, well, they should do this with their kids, right? But I do think that the structure is a huge one. So I'd have to agree with Seth here, but then also, filling their time with things, that they enjoy doing, but also that can expel the energy. Or going to the park is good when they're little, or maybe because maybe you don't have them in an extracurricular, but riding bikes, after dinner, some kind of activity that's going to tire them out naturally, right? Because I mean, it just seems like it's a healthier way to do it. Or at least try that. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
as soon as we got it, as soon as she filed for a divorce, first thing she did was take him to get him medicated. It's, now, not only is the child going through a divorce, because the children suffer the most through a
Yes, they
divorce.
do. And did you guys hear that part? So he said the first thing that Katie did was go get him on some medications, right? I mean, we know what she was pulling back then, right? Hey, Ontario Phillips. we know what she was pulling back then, right? Seth's abusive, right? All of a sudden, we have a dad that's like Mr. Mom over here. Sorry, Seth, lack of a better analogy. But you're taking over both roles, right? While Katie's out there and she's doing her dream of being a seaman. And then here you are, right, with Sebastian, and then all of a sudden she's like, "Oh, he's a horrible person. He shouldn't be around Sebastian." You know, and then Seth is saying right away she put him on medications. So was she doing that because of all this horrible thing she was saying that Seth was doing, right, to prove a point, or what? Or she just wanted Sebastian medicated? I don't know. Again, he used that scenario earlier talking about how some parents just don't want to deal with their kids. Was that part of what Katie was doing after the divorce? Because now Katie is, taking Sebastian full time and saying Seth is not fit to be a parent. And even though he's been a parent for 7 years, give or take, 7 or 8 years, and it just makes you wonder. It makes you wonder what was really going on there. Because maybe Sebastian was too much for Katie because Katie didn't know what to do to take care of him because she wasn't around. I mean, I'm not trying to be hateful. I'm just saying what it appears to be. And again, connecting the dots. Um, and thank you for praying for Seth and Sebastian too. Thank you, Ontario. So, right. Well, and then add that to the mix, right? KJ says, well, in a house with an explosive spouse, a sleeping child is less likely to wake the monster in the house. Right. That's true. And it could have been for survival and protection, and we know that there wasn't a great deal of time in between, you know, anybody's divorces in within the three of these parents, right? Because when Seth got divorced from Katie, Katie was already seeing Chris, and when Chris was getting divorced from Nina, Chris was seeing Katie, right? So we know that, right? We know that that was what was happening, and so that was just, and then Sebastian having to get rid of the cats, and Chris going after Nina and taking her baby, and all of this. That's right, Funtuski. Children need to have experiences and the ability to express their feelings, emotions, and to feel secure in the family. Get down and get dirty, or to mind their manners. Yep, when in public, like school, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and they have to feel like, they're a part of the household. And, when Katie talks about Sebastian rummaging for snacks, and I know I talk about that a lot. Hey, Holly, when I talk about the, rummaging for snacks, it just bothers me. It's as if that wasn't Sebastian's house. That's what it makes it sound like. I mean, rummage, I just think of like, I don't know. I guess I just it has a negative connotation for me, as if, he didn't belong in the cabinets looking for something to eat, for a snack. If he's hungry, let him eat, you know? If they put him away in a behavioral school till he's 18, away from Seth for 3 years, why bring him back as a legal adult to what? Yeah, make him live with Seth, move into a dorm. It's about faith, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, that's why I consider it heavily NorCal SoGal, because I mean, and they could have been convinced that it was helping Sebastian. Shit, they could probably use that as a defense. Well, we thought we were helping him. We didn't want him with his dad. His dad's not fit to be around him only. You know. Then again, it makes me wonder. I don't know why they would report him missing, but then again, if let's just say they did hypothetically decide to, put Sebastian somewhere that would take him, right, without Seth's knowledge, um, I might act the same way because they know where he is. And then they might just say, well, we thought we were helping him, you know? Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, Holly says, I think the last year before he went missing was all about survival. Definitely. Definitely. Yeah, because things were spiraling. You know, most of that stuff was happening throughout 23. It started in at the end of 22, but then it just kind of trickled over. Yeah, and that whole last year. Yeah, I agree. So CP jumped from one woman with children he didn't want to another with a child. In my opinion, go figure. Yeah, KJ, he didn't care. He was thinking with the wrong head. In my opinion, you know, he definitely had a thing about food. Yeah, or they did absolutely. Yeah, they did. Unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right. I agree with that too. They wouldn't let him come home to live with them at 18, a man around a little girl. Yeah. I don't think that they would want him to either, you know. Um, but I will say in this, Seth does talk about how they were going to switch the parenting plan. So Sebastian would have been with them on summer break. See, and that wasn't going to work for them, NorCal. See, and that's another thing too. You know, that just wasn't going to work for them because that's when they have faith, Christmas break and summer break, right? So then he would be around her anyway. That's what makes me think they put him somewhere or did something, you know? Yeah, I know. I hope so too. Hey, Babs. I know. Yeah. Funtuski. My home's like a grocery store, 6 children, 3 grandbabies. Children need to eat, and especially in their teenage years, in my opinion. Exactly. And especially boys. I mean, and, you know, when they're growing. Yeah, and you just don't deny anybody food. I don't That's just like a basic need. And it's a necessity. If we don't eat, we're not going to make it. Right? You know, so but yeah, I it's amazing to me. So, all right, here we go, guys.
Because at some point in time, they're going to be asked to choose sides. And that is horrible to make a child choose between their mother and their father. I could never do that to my son. I was good with joint physical, joint legal custody because I believe that a child needs both his mother and his father. When she started putting him on medication after medication, you know, this isn't doing enough. This isn't doing what I'm wanting. He's not going to sleep. He's bouncing over. Well, take him out. Take him swimming. Take him to the park and let him play. He's a child. He, he's got to have a way to get rid of all this energy. You can't.
Yep, she cooped him up. She cooped him up in the house. Even a 15-year-old needs to get out and do stuff. Think about it. They sit in school all day. I mean, they might have PE or something, but I mean, other than that, you know, they need time to expel that energy. I'm right there with Seth. I'm just right there with them.
Take him swimming. Take him to the park and let him play. He's a child. He's got to have a way to get rid of all this energy. You can't just, go to work and then come home and expect him to, do what you want him to do. He's got to have an outlet for this stuff. He's growing. And medication isn't always, he's, it was just an uphill struggle.
If you need something to live in this summer, I quite literally have you covered with every color of the rainbow in this dress.
Okay, guys. So really quick, yeah, NorCal, you got it. And going to the fifth wheel RV camper within 24 hours and asking to Brian Hooker moving the sailboat right after his wife goes missing. Big red flags. Exactly. Oh, exactly. I know. And that's the thing these people don't think. I mean, it's the same old story, same old song and dance, right? Just a different situation. Um But yeah, no, I haven't followed that case as closely. But I hear you. I hear you. Whenever there's guilty knowledge, there's going to be these patterns that we're going to see in true crime. That's why people like to do the case comparisons. I love me some case comparisons. Um, does anyone else think it's possible he met someone online? Have they really established if he was chatting on Roblox or YouTube? I don't think he was, because the only place that they were seemingly giving him internet access was, Seth was giving it to him, but he was more like playing on the PlayStation. Excuse me. He was more or less playing on the PlayStation, but no. Now the Minecraft, I know he played that on his Switch, the Nintendo Switch. Um, I'm not sure if Sebastian's YouTube is the one, that we've all seen of like somebody filming from underneath of a deck. Um, Not sure about that. But as far as I know, he didn't have anything going on that way. And of course, not at Chris and Katie's at least. Um, but I always just have to remember too that there's no footage in the neighborhood that we know of. So I also have a feeling they got the prepackaged, overprocessed, expensive snacks. Yeah, when taking the time to prepare whole food, fruit, and healthy snacks would be better. Less money, more nutrition. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I hear you, KJ. Well, and especially if they're saying, oh, well, he only wants to eat like chocolatey snacks and stuff like that, you could always like substitute. And the Fiber One bars I know are one thing that Sebastian liked because Seth said that he had those at his house, and those have chocolate and that sort of thing. So yeah, healthier options, absolutely. Yeah, Babs, I would expect and respect him for doing that. I would expect that. They're way too controlling for him to be on the internet. Yeah. Yeah. But I know Seth also had like safeguards and stuff. Good night, Bo. Good night. So good night, Kiki. So yeah, I mean, as far as I know, but still good questions because look, we just don't know anything 100%.
So with medication, I want to say this too with what you're talking about. I get that. I am very ADHD, and a lot of the medications that they can put you on for that will really just make you an absolute zombie. No personality. It kills who they are as a person until they're off of it, obviously. Now it was report. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
What happy is it with the snake?
And I'm putting the pictures up because I want people to be able to see what he looks like, because the more pictures, the better. So if you see him somewhere, you can recognize him. You get a lot of different ones. So, he's a cute kid. He seems like a sweet kid. And no kid is perfect, right? Like none of them are. But that's what you're there as a parent for, is to help them, get there and grow into that adult. Glasses were found during the search for him, and I think it's safe to say now that you were the one that found them. Correct?
It was one of my search teams. I wasn't the actual person to find him. It was one of my volunteer search groups.
Okay. If I understand correctly, sorry.
Go ahead.
And my understanding is those glasses were not his. Is that what they determined?
That's what everybody knew that off of the internet before I did. So, yeah.
Okay. Does he? There was originally reported that he did not have his glasses. Do you know is that a true statement? Is he without them?
My understanding, he has his glasses.
Okay.
That's why when they said they found a pair of glasses and they sent me a picture of them, I was like, that is too close for me to tell. Go ahead. And they told me that nobody was picking up the phone. And so I reached out. I wasn't able to get a hold of anybody, so I flagged down a deputy sheriff and kept him at the volunteer place and I told them to bring it on. Told them put on gloves, take pictures around them, how they're laying, so on. Take pictures and put on a pair of gloves and bag them and bring them in. Do not touch them. Don't get any DNA transfer or anything like that. And they did. They brought them in so that we could have an exchange and we could have a chain of evidence.
When our clients come and they're catastrophically in.
Okay, guys, and that's really important to make sure the chain of evidence is not broken, or the integrity of the evidence, or
information.
Who has had possession of that evidence is a big deal. I just don't understand why the police were not quickly going out to gather well, I can't say it's evidence, but we don't know if it is or not until we check it, right? Because it could be the smallest thing. Like, I've seen people get busted because the cigarette butt was on the scene, right? And their lip print was on it. And we all have unique lip prints. So it ties it right back to a suspect. Also, the saliva that would get on the end of the cigarette butt. So, look, if they look like Sebastian's glasses and his dad's like, it's too hard to tell, I think those should be taken in. But I don't think, and as far as I know, possible evidence. Thanks, Blue Love. Yeah. I don't even know if they checked that prescription, right? Yeah, I don't think they confirmed it, So, yeah, and you never know, and that's the thing. It could be a shady ass person, and there was a bunch of them around, at that time. Michaela doing that shit, everybody, and you just don't know what's what. But I would check it. It would just bother me if I really wasn't sure. I would want the police to check it, at least. So,
about you and your divorce with Katie was leaked. And some of the stuff has taken the internet to put a lot of accusations against you. And you and I have told the story, or told me the story of what happened. And I want you to kind of share what you're comfortable sharing. But what I found that was kind of odd between the accusations that are being thrown out about you through your divorce is that those stories are oddly similar, very similar, in fact, to the stories told by Chris when he was basically bragging about the way he treated Sebastian, the way that Nina Gomez, her children were treated and she was treated. It's oddly like it almost mirrors it exactly. And so respectfully, what I'd like to ask you, is there anything regarding those accusations that you would want to address?
She filed for a divorce. She accused me of domestic violence against my son. Took several months. I ended up, when she filed for a divorce, me being the person I am, I was like, okay, well, grab a legal pad and let's go ahead and do a divorce. We'll go ahead and split all the furniture or whatnot. What do you want? Obviously, things of that sort. And I was like, when it comes down to Sebastian, all I want is 50-50. He's my son. You're his mom. So. And when that part came up, she went and got an attorney. And the next thing I know, I'm being issued a restraining order for domestic violence and a move-out order so that I would no longer have a place to stay as well. I thought it was her that I was being accused of being violent against. She told them that I had an arsenal. They showed up with like 20 sheriffs and SWAT gear, armed with assault rifles, fully automatic in California. They walked up. I looked at the lady and I was like, you're coming in here. Who are y'all here for? Because I was outside with my son and he was playing with the neighbor's kid. and we're sitting there, drinking coffee, shooting the shit, watching our kids play when they rolled up. And when they rolled up, he looked at me. He was like, "I wonder who they're here for this time." And I was like, one day they're going to be here for me because Katie's going to call them on me. And that was the time that they were there for me. They rolled up. The lady that was in charge, she she told me that why I was here, why they were there, and I was like, okay. I looked at her and I was like, "You don't remember me, do you?" And the lady looked at me. She was like, "No." And I was like, "I'm the father of the autistic special needs child." And she was like, "Oh, I remember you." And turned around and told all the deputies there that they needed to stand down. I'd comply with whatever was asked. And they were like, they stood down. There was no need for all that. Um, you know, that time I was before she did this. I was an armed security officer, worked in military housing, and they were like, "We hear you have firearms inside." I was like, "Yeah, I have my pistol that I use when I'm at work, and then I have the other pistol that is used for work because work issues your own pistol." And then I had my own, and they're like, "Where are they?" And I told them they were on my desk. And they were like, "But you have a child. Why do you have them on your desk?" I was like, "They're on my desk. You can go get them." 30 minutes later, they asked me to come and point out where they were on my desk. And I walked in and I showed them the secret little pop so that they would drop down so you could actually get them. And they took those, and I still never got my firearms back. That's California. But that was it. So I was hit with this. I turned around. I was living in my car, trying to make ends meet, trying to make sure I had money to feed myself, which was, yeah, it was kind of hard to actually get employment because I didn't even have a residence or an address anymore.
All right, guys. So, divorces are messy. But here's the thing. I love how, in my opinion, based on what Seth is saying here, if this is all true, which I believe it does seem like he's telling the truth, and I do believe him. But Katie's like sending them over there like he's like got like a whole bunch of, like a whole arsenal full of weapons and things. And he had his, issued firearms and his personal, it sounds like. But again, for them to come over there and, kind of do like a raid or whatever, it does seem like it was set up. It does seem over dramatic, and it's just a lot of mudslinging. Um in my opinion, on Katie's part. And I'm sure that there's, other things that maybe we don't know about, but in the same way, um, from what we're going to gather, because I do remember a lot of this, um, it does seem like Katie was in a very vindictive state of mind. And I'll just say that, um, you know, okay, Witchy. I was like, good night, Witchy. We had like a little group that got tired at the same time. Aw. Yeah, I know. That's interesting, right? I kind of forgot everything that was going on. Yeah, I mean, it appears that way, right? She's having a full blown affair, and she just wanted Seth gone. Yeah, and then that way, yeah, yeah, absolutely. Because I mean, they definitely started before. And the thing is that, you know, I do think it does speak to Katie's way about herself, right? History does tend to repeat itself, although people do grow, and as you get older, there's things that you wouldn't do that you did, when you're younger and things like that. So, um, again, I mean, I think it's nuts. I think it's just crazy that she is criminalizing Seth, and here he is, a security guard, and again, in positions where he's protecting other people, and then here he's having to also protect himself. Very vindictive, very vindictive. So, and CP was there. I see you guys in the chat too. Yeah, fun Tuesday. I mean, CP was there. Um, So lots of egos, lots of egos. I agree. Yeah, she was having a full blown, oh gosh. Hey, Shauna, good to see you. Yeah, yeah, well, that's true. That is true, Shauna. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. And I think that many people failed Sebastian. I think that Seth feels like he did, but I don't think he did, at all. Look, there's just things sometimes that you don't know, especially when you're divorced, because there's two households to keep up with, you know? I think Chris was coaching her on what his last four wives have done. Right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, Brenda, good point.
Dealing with the court issue, finally turned around and her attorney kept pushing and pushing, and
Oh.
the judge at one point in time just turned around and told both me and Katie that we needed to be adults and remember that we're parents for Sebastian, and told us to go in the hallway and do a parenting plan, and dismissed everything. CPS had done their investigation. Finally, CPS never contacted me. One day I went by there just out of the whim. It was the last day they were closing the case, and they informed me they've been trying to get a hold of me for the whole time. And I was like, well, my number hasn't changed in years, like 12. And they're like, well, nobody had your information. And I was like, well, his mother did. And she didn't even bother to give him that. They turned around and they were like, well, we can't find any evidence of any abuse. And so they submitted that to the court. The court dismissed everything.
Oftentimes you want to make sure that you believe victims 98% of the time when they accuse somebody of something. But there are situations where you can tell that things aren't truthful. I will tell you that I have talked to Seth at length about some of this stuff, and I truly, and I would say this even if he wasn't here, believe him.
Yeah, I do too. I find Seth to be believable. Look, the thing is that nobody likes to have to share about a time in your life where you're hurting, right? You're getting out of a relationship. It's not going to be the happiest time, right? And it's going to be difficult. But adding this insult to injury and Katie going after Seth the way that she did was absolutely wrong. And there are people that do use the system, right? The fact that she's a female and he's a male. I do think that Chris had a lot to do with it, but I also think that Katie is a vindictive person on his own, or excuse me, on her own without Chris, right? So, yeah, I do think he was coaching her, but I also think that the fact that she would go along with it is horrible, right? Because you know lawyers will even advise you to stick it to your ex in court, right? Because the more that you get, the more that you get, the more that they get, and they get that as a W on their record, right? Um, it's just the way it is. It's horrible. Family court is absolutely wretched. Avoid it at all costs. It's better to just you know make it in the best interests of the kids. Because they're not going to. Um, the lawyers will line their pockets and the kids will be the one that suffers. Um, yeah, sometimes Ellie holds back information to protect the case, but in some cases it hurts the case. I wish they would release more information. At this point, I don't see how it would hurt to let us see that trash can video of Sebastian supposedly taking out the trash. So um Babs, I don't know that he can do anything like that because it's an open investigation. It's open and ongoing. And the fact of the matter is they don't know where Sebastian is, so they don't know what the damages are. And I know we've talked about this a lot too here lately, because people are upset about the fact that nothing has been advancing in the case as far as we can see. Um, but yeah, even people have suggested can Seth go for custody or can he sue them? Even a civil lawsuit, you would have to know what damages you're suing for, right? And they don't know that because we don't know if Sebastian is out there somewhere. Well, we know he's out there somewhere, but I'm saying we don't know at this point if he's alive or not, unfortunately. And that's another reason why I don't believe that they've charged the Proud Feets, because there's no witnesses. Yeah, they have the CPS reports and everything like that, but and it's still open, just like that CPS report. The baby curls, Brenda. you know When you're a good parent, you always feel like you fail. Exactly. Well, that's so true, Shauna. Exactly. Yeah. He did not then, now, ever. 100% right. No. Well, how can you do something about something when you don't know about it either? And a lot of times too, I've told people, even if Seth did know, now everybody in Tennessee is a mandated reporter. They have that, law or what, however we want to say that there. Um, so with that being said, I mean, it might be received a little bit differently there, but I know in the Missouri family court system, if you are bad mouthing or saying even saying something true about the other parent could be perceived as bad mouthing the other parent. It just depends, right? But a lot of times, if you're the one calling CPS and you're the other parent, it can be looked at as and frowned upon and looked at like you're vindictive for doing that. So I'm not sure how well received it would have even been for Seth to go trying to fight them in family court, especially against Proudfoot, the narcissist, abusive narcissist, that malignant narcissist that he is. Um, I just don't know if that would have been effective either. So, and I agree with you. You can only do so much as a parent, and every parent that is a good parent is going to feel like, I could have done more, right? Because a bad parent's not going to give a shit about that. They're not even going to think twice about it. They're too worried about themselves. So Babs, we have demanded until the cows have come home about more information regarding his disappearance. I think Seth has done more than I've ever seen a parent do in a missing child's case. Like, even off the top of my head, I can't think of anybody, maybe, really, who comes really, really close, in my opinion, and it's two mothers. One of them is Brandy Vaughn, and then the other one is Desiree, right? Kyron Horman's mother. They're the ones that are out there doing the advocacy. Well, and his father is too. Kyron's father is too. But not like Seth has. Seth's gone out there in front of the police station with a microphone, begging for answers. We all did the gathering. They're just not going to do it, and they have every right to keep the information to themselves. Unfortunately, you know, they just have. KJ, I can't even imagine him taking up a lady successfully, talking up a lady successfully. That baby girl is magical. Right, exactly. No, yeah, but they can't do anything if they don't have a witness. It's just like in a DV case. If the state picks up the charges, I mean, I've had it happen to me a million times. I shouldn't say a million, far too many times that I didn't show up or do anything about it. The state would pick up the charges. If I didn't show up for court, they'd get dropped. Right? I was guilted one time not to show up to court. It got dropped. So yeah, they have to have a witness. They have to have it. Unfortunately, I wish it wasn't that way. So, and they need proof beyond a reasonable doubt to sway the jury, you know? So, yeah. Well, and that's the thing. They should have her arrested. I believe that they should have her arrested. If she was the last one with the child, I can't imagine um Shauna, I've had to behave. I'm a little afraid to put that one up. They'll be like, "You are demonetized." No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna find a strategic way to do it. But I will say this. Yeah, but they still need Sebastian there. He's the victim. He's the star witness, right? He can tell he's got to be there to tell what happened to him, you know? So, but Bo. Right? But yeah, so I mean it's terrible, you know? I mean, here's the thing. These people have I mean the district attorney needs to prosecute. They need to do something, but they're just not going to do it until they find him. And they told us that at the gathering. Not in so many words. Not in so many words, right? They said to us, we're looking for one clue still. We're looking for one clue still.
Because I think there's a couple reasons why. Is you can tell the way that he shares his story, and you can also tell in his actions, which is the fact that he is out there literally every single day. The other thing that I want to share with you guys from just a real quick personal note is that there are women like that who will use their children, fathers too, but there are women out there who will use their children as pawns, as control in a divorce situation. My mom was one of those. She had my dad arrested in front of me multiple times by violating some BS contempt of court thing. It just sometimes happens. And I think that that's what he got caught up in. And I truly do believe that, because this is a man who has been like, y'all, every single day, and nobody has a bad thing to say about him. So I just wanted to clear that up, because I know that the internet guys can be cruel. Y'all know that. And so I wanted him to kind of clear some of that stuff up. How is he with strangers?
Right. And here's the thing. The first place that Chris and Katie went to was the internet. Right? When Seth went for an interview, Seth went and he spoke with the news, right? With Nick Barris. Nick Barris has a good reputation, other than Sebastian's case. He does, you know. Um, well, that's right. That's right, Shauna. I agree too. Seth has done beyond. He's been put in a position where he can't help but do that, right? There's nothing else for him to do besides to keep pushing, you know. Yeah, and he'll never stop. In my opinion, I think the gathering has done a lot. Um, People who weren't there don't understand it fully, and then I want to show you guys what's been happening too. There's more people because Seth took a stand, because Bullhorn Betty put this event on, because we all went there to support this event. There are people coming out of the woodwork that are standing up against this nasty ass system because of what we did, because of what Seth has done. He's the one that was standing out there before any of us. And we're like, oh, hell no, we can't let him just stand out there by himself. Come on, you know? You know, so, and hey, look, I understand people are going to have their opinions about things, and that's fine. But in my opinion, and from what I've seen firsthand, Seth has done everything besides get himself in trouble to put pressure on and to stand up and to be a voice for Sebastian. He's done everything, right? Like here we're seeing him where he's still out there searching. It's April 3rd. He still has groups going to the rudder meeting daily, right? To search. So, yeah, he's done everything that he can do. And there's just not any type of recourse that he can do in terms of the court system when Sheriff Craddock is coming out and saying that he doesn't suspect any foul play from any of the parents. That includes Seth, that includes Chris, that includes Katie. So, I mean, it's a very tough situation. They still have a fifth CPS report that they have not closed. They're keeping it open so no one can get information. You know? Ellie likely knows what was in the CPS reports. That's why they are moving slow. No third party danger to the community. Boom. And, you know, Justin is going to say that too coming up, KJ. He's going to point that out. You know, he's like, I live here. You know? Shauna. Believe me, I've been thinking of lyrics. I've been thinking of lyrics. That's so funny.
Do you think that he would just leave with one if one approached him?
Just no. I don't think he would leave with one because he's apprehensive. I mean, taught him to be aware of your surroundings is what I was teaching him. But I've also taught him that not everybody is your friend.
Right here and right now, we're making impact. Florida Gulf Coast University.
And I had to do that. There was an incident in California before Chris and Katie came back here. There was another CPS incident in California at her house. Katie and Chris let a child into their house that was 5 years older than my son. My son was 7 or 8 at the time, and this kid was 13. And she has a habit of not checking on her kid. I would never let some kid that's 5 years older than my son play with my son anyways. It's like, why do you want to play with my son? There's a 5-year difference. That's a pretty big difference. You're 13 and my son, you're a teenager. My son is not a teenager. He's still playing with Hot Wheels and Legos, and you know, he's building things, he's playing video games, and you're a teenager. You go out and you have your own, you know, age appropriate group that you play with, and they were letting this kid play with my son and they weren't checking on him. And then this kid took my son's innocence and he molested him.
So you take your time.
And there was nothing I could do in California because the kid was 13. But they let that happen.
And they didn't bother to try to even get my son help until last year. Here, my son has just turned 15 in December. That means he's been dealing with an emotional, stressful, traumatic incident for the last 7 years. And I've been trying to help him. I've been trying to get him help. Going to talk to his doctor and telling them what happened. And for the doctor to tell me, she was like, I knew none of this stuff. And I'm like, really? Because he's...
All right, guys. The doctor tells Seth that she didn't even know what the hell was going on. This is the person that's supposed to be treating him for whatever he's dealing with emotionally, mentally, psychologically. Right? So this is a horrible trauma that we learned about, right, at this time. And again, this is April 3rd, 2024. That Seth decides, I'm gonna tell it like it is. The fact that he is so brave to do something like this, because in my opinion, I would do the same thing. Everybody reaches that threshold, that breaking point. And the fact that they're coming out there pointing fingers at Seth when Seth was not the last one with him, it's utterly atrocious. I can't even believe that it has passed off for this long. Sebastian's the real victim. Sebastian's the victim. And it is heartbreaking, Detroit, and they're just letting it go and letting it happen and blaming it on his hyperactivity and his autism. I can't imagine the things that he was being treated for at that time. If he wasn't being treated for this, what happened to him when he was a little guy in California. Unbelievable. So what's the point of going to a psychiatrist if they don't know what they're treating you for or what you're going through? Because you can fix every single thing, but if you leave something like that to fester, forget about it. You have to work through those kinds of things if it's so traumatic as it had to have been for Sebastian. And Seth is still being very kind to Katie and just saying she's not one to check on her child. He's still trying to be kind to her. I might not have been so nice or poised. I might have blown it for myself because I would have been so pissed off. People would have probably thought, no, this mom's she's a little nutty herself. Blue love. They might have come out going, Shauna, it's just terrible, that Seth had to endure this, right? And he's doing it silently, putting his head down, staying the course, searching for Sebastian, and here they are behind the scenes causing shit. Well, if you knew about Sebastian, if you knew who he really was, you would never go look for him. Oh, really? Seth was not the last one with him and not the one that let the 13-year-old harm him either. The pattern speaks for itself. Exactly, KJ. And I saw you guys going boom in the chat. That's right, Shauna. That's right. Absolutely. Yeah, she was taking him to the Navy doctor. Hey, Faye, good morning. Yeah. 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 And that's the thing. And again, ooh, this is going to be harsh. All right, don't come for me, but if anybody has ever had to deal with the VA hospitals and stuff, you know that there's a lot to be desired. Let's just say that. We'll just put it that way.
Supposed to be seeing a therapist for this. And she's like, well, he's not seeing the right type of therapist for this type of trauma. I care about my son. And actions speak so much louder than words. And there's just no justification for the actions that I have seen from them. They're not parents. They're not parents at all. And I want to know what happened to my son.
You deserve to know what happened to your son. Every bit. And I'm sorry, I don't think any of us were aware of that. And I am so sorry that, number one, that he went through that, and two, that as a parent, you're going through a parent's worst nightmare, but that's like the second worst nightmare.
My son around his daughter.
All right, guys. So this is the catalyst. This is what really brought this out. And actions do speak louder than words. And that's what we're all seeing. But we're also seeing these authentic words of a father. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I was bawling when I saw this the first time. Right? And I was getting emotional even editing the video earlier. I've just watched it a lot, today. It's devastating to learn this. We have a missing child. It's devastating to learn this on top of him being missing. Who in their right mind listens to this and doesn't start thinking in a suspicious way? If you don't start thinking about what could have happened to Sebastian as a result of this pure negligence and, in my opinion, neglectful behavior, then I don't know if we're even watching the same thing or if you're paying attention to what I'm paying attention to. Because this isn't about Seth. This isn't about Katie. Although we are with you, Seth. Thank you, Bo. And thank you guys for the green hearts, too. Thank you, guys. But yeah, I mean, it's about the fact that Sebastian's missing, and these are the things that he was dealing with. So when a father is being told he ran away, Seth's mind might even be going to like that worst case scenario, like maybe Sebastian harmed himself at this point because he was going through so much, And I mean, I've thought about it in Devlin's case because of everything he was going through. Did he harm himself? Did he just decide, things were getting too much? We have kids that are very, very young doing this to themselves because they don't understand the light, that there's a light at the end of the tunnel, that this too shall pass. And it's very sad. So I can't imagine what he must have been thinking and then having to hold that in for as long as he did just to save face with the Proudfoots. Right, there it is. He didn't want my son around his daughter. And that's it. And Bo, when we think about that, if I knew that someone didn't want my kid around their kid, well, there's my motive. Especially when there's so much animosity and just so much hatred on the surface. Think about where the underbelly is. If there's that much on the surface, we're going to find you, right, Sebastian? Exactly, Shauna. We're going to find you, Sebastian. Exactly. Yeah. In my opinion, they're monsters because they have no empathy for him, Faye, at all. The worst part is that the child who did it learned that somewhere from someone at a formative time. Yeah, KJ, exactly. Yeah, in Detroit, that's right. I saw your comment too. Yeah. And that's the sad part. Because when little kids are, kids are doing this to kids, a 13-year-old doing this to a younger kid, right? Doing this to Sebastian. It's sad all the way around. And then there was no accountability or help for either child in this situation. Because, in my opinion, I don't think people are born to do things like that. I don't. Prove me wrong. I believe that because I think it's a learned behavior. Well, yeah, Blue Love says, well, y'all don't forget the cameras were taken after Sebastian came up missing. Ellie had to get a warrant to get that, so don't fret. The time will come, the light will shine. Yeah, and I will say that I was very grateful that they were still working at that point when I was losing hope on that. So you're right. You're very right, Blue Love. Yeah. And the truth always comes to light. Oh my gosh, Faye, I know. This was so hard. And then, he's also gonna go on Pascal and talk about it too. I know, Detroit. And it's so sad. It's like, and these poor kids, you know? These poor kids. Mr. Chris couldn't even control his contempt for Sebastian in the interviews. No, and neither could Katie. And they wanted to sit there and they wanted to be it's like they wanted to embarrass him and blame him. I hate saying that, but that's what it seemed like, you know? Yeah, I thought about that too, and I thought maybe he went to his dad's. I was thinking about maybe the water, you know? NorCal says first initial hunch was Sebastian was lured out by a stranger on a game site. As for the missing shoes, they told him not to wear any shoes to wake up mom or the pups till the first interview. Yeah, absolutely. And then you see him with Caitlin Miller, and you see her facial expressions are like it says it all. I've only seen clips. I can't watch it really, none of it actually, but we have to be strong too, so we watch. It's important. Yeah, Shauna, and that's the thing, I hate to there's some subjects that I just hate to bring up and to revisit because I know some of them are just so difficult and it's so embarrassing. But I think it's important for us to remember some of these awful things that were said and done. Because it is important. It's part of what happened. It's part of the story. And these people want to keep it in the dark. They do want to keep it in the dark. They don't want to let it go. They don't want anybody to know what's going on. And something tells me it's much worse than we ever could imagine. Yeah, Detroit. Yeah, it's not like God puts us on this earth to do that. I mean, oh. Yeah, and it's all that after facts and yeah, actions by the Stepfoot and KP. Exactly. Yeah, it's their words. I've always just played their words. NorCal, and they get so upset about it. And I'm like, I just play your words and then I compare them to the next time you talked and it's inconsistent. So what do you want me to do? You know? It's not my fault. Don't get mad at me.
Because Chris has turned around into my mother told my
Sorry,
son.
guys. Let's just back it up a tiny bit.
Really? Because he's supposed to be seeing a therapist for this. And she's like, well, he's not seeing the right type of therapist for this type of trauma. I care about my son. And actions speak so much louder than words. And there's just no justification for the actions that I have seen from them. They're not parents. They're not parents at all. And I want to know what happened to my son.
you deserve to know what happened to your son. Every bit. And I'm sorry, I don't think any of us were aware of that. And I am so sorry that, number one, that he went through that, and two, that as a parent, you're going through a parent's worst nightmare, but that's like the second worst nightmare.
My son around his daughter. Because Chris has turned around into my mother told my mom, your grandson's a pedophile. No, he's not. He's a victim that hasn't got the help that he deserves and that he needs so that he can get over the traumatic incident that has happened to him. That should have never happened underneath their watch to begin with. That's why Chris doesn't want my son around his daughter. Because he's scared that my son is going to do the same thing that was done to him under his watch.
Yeah. So and here it's amazing to me that Chris and Katie have zero and take zero accountability for something that happened under their watch. All they know how to do is point the finger. And who do they point it at? The victim. Unbelievable. They never take the time out to think that, oh my gosh, I can't believe that happened. My poor child. I can't believe they endured that. I can't believe that was happening and I had no idea. Shame on me. I feel like I failed. Right, Shauna? Because that's when we feel like a failure and we shouldn't, right? In the same way. But there's zero awareness of it for themselves. Zero. It's like they don't freaking get it. Oh, well, now he's just going to go off and do that. Not necessarily, but if he doesn't get help for it, children and individuals with sensory issues get used to certain sensory activities. And I can't explain it in depth, but you guys are going to have to just try to, kind of stick with me on it because I know YouTube has been on a rampage lately and I don't want them to get upset with me for saying it. But they perceive the world differently, guys. And to expect anybody, to just deal with it when you've gone through something like that where you were violated and hurt and exploited, that's not fair to ask anyone to do that. Even the strongest minded person has a hard time with that type of trauma. With severe trauma, people need help through it, especially when you're a 7, 8-year-old. They're expecting a 7 or 8-year-old who has a rare chromosome deletion and autism to navigate that trauma like it's nothing. And they never take the time out to hold themselves accountable, not even a little smidgen of accountability or self-awareness. How dare they? What is wrong with them? Because I can't figure it out. It's beyond me. It's foul as hell, Blue Love. I mean, you don't shame. That's right, Shauna. You don't shame them, and you don't shame them for exploring their body. That's going to happen anyway. Take the trauma out of it. If they're exploring their bodies, they're going to do that. Again, human nature. But you have to, they have to understand when it's appropriate. And that's, again, many people on the spectrum struggle with that. But it's not a reason to punish them, Mr. Chris. It's not. And you don't accuse them, Shauna. Exactly. You help to heal your child. You co-parent, you do the damn right thing by your child. Exactly. Exactly. And you don't isolate the other parent. You know, it's like Katie didn't want anybody to know about it because it happened under her watch. And she doesn't want to be blamed for it. And Chris, being a narcissist, can't, his fragile little baby pissy pants ego can't handle being blamed for something. But it definitely happened under their watch. And I'm surprised as hell because both of them were still in the military. Where was their commanding officer when this was going on under their watch? Makes you wonder. Ah, exactly, Witchy. Yeah. Whenever it gets hard to listen to parts, I think to myself, if he or she could live through it, that least I can do is listen and respect their story. Exactly, Witchy. And it's so difficult to listen to it. It's sad. It's sad. I mean, especially like, oh, that little Athena strand too. To hear what, I mean, it's like some of that stuff I don't want to see it and I don't want to hear it, but I know it's her story. She deserves to be heard. Just a beautiful little girl. It's sick what these monsters do. It's terrible that they just go around hurting people the way that they do, wreaking havoc on people's lives, taking people that are, their loved ones, these little kids. It's awful. Christmas One says the more you hear this, it sounds like there's a good possibility that KP had Sebastian go into some kind of placement home behind Seth's back. Yeah, I wonder about it, Christmas One. That's why, I've really been going over that idea in my head a lot, because I do think it's a strong possibility because there is a lot that supports it, you know? Super immature, beyond immature and selfish, right, Brenda? Yeah. Yeah, we were kids once, Shauna. Yeah, thank you, girl. Yeah, no, I know. And here's the thing, we have to learn. We just have to learn, you know? Yeah, they're superior. Yeah, yeah, and they don't, and they've never come. I can't even believe none of them have come out to help search, right, or anything. It's the weirdest thing to me. It's like, what's going on, you know? But yeah, they should have been. That should have been an issue. And it sounds like Seth tried to make a stink, and I'll tell you, I'm sure he did. But also, again, people might look at it like, oh, you're just trying to, blame the other parents. It's not their fault, feel bad for them. Again, Chris and Katie are always, feel bad for them. But no, I don't believe that. Because you want to get your kids help. You don't want them suffering, especially if they've suffered already like that.
Hey, Chris Proudfoot, if you're listening to this, you can't hold that over my head. I told you. You're going to piss me the fuck off, and I don't give a fuck who knows. It's your fault. It's your and your wife's fault. You guys don't deserve to be around kids.
Boom. That's right. Okay, so Seth got real for a minute, right? He's PO'd. And I would be too. Yeah, boom. That's right, Bo. Boom. I mean, come on. I mean, what else is there to say about it? Especially when this has happened again. And you try to give people the benefit of the doubt and that sort of thing, but I would be at my wit's end. I really would be. I really, really would be.
I don't know if you listen to it, but I know that you're aware of Nina Gomez's video, and I'm going to say this based on what I've heard and having dealt. So my account started off as toxic and narcissistic behavior because of the type of parent that I had. He doesn't even want his own daughter. It's what I heard, and it's just all about control, and it's about control with Sebastian. That was pretty clear because as I had a lot of step parents, more than I want to admit, and most of them would have never disciplined me without talking to the, to a biological parent. They sure as hell wouldn't have hit me. So it's for him. I think it really is control. And maybe I shouldn't be saying that, but I'm kind of like, I'm with you at this point, kind of like, fuck it. Because everything that has come out, every word that has come out of his mouth, he double talks. He talks out of both sides of his mouth. He can't keep his story straight in one single interview. So I'm fully with you. And I feel that most people who have seen this going down, have seen everything that's happened, watching it because this case has become incredibly public, are on your side with it. And we all feel the same way about it. Because the way, I'm just going to say it. You're out there every day looking, I've said that a million times. And the only reason you're not out looking for your kid, is you're not looking for something that's lost, is because it's not lost to you. You know right where it is. You know right where he is. And that's why, in my opinion, I think I told you that too on the phone. So every day you're out there busting your ass. And I'm going to tell you, he hurt himself. So like when you see the way he stands and stuff like that, this man is in pain. Like he's got the massager right now. I don't think there's better timing for me to bring this up. This man is constantly in pain. He doesn't sleep. He maybe gets 30 minutes to an hour a night, tirelessly, while the others were literally, I'm just going to say this because I'm pissed off too. Because again, like I said, this is my community. Okay. They were at the Cracker Barrel 5 minutes from my house on Easter, and then they left town again. They haven't been seen.
All right, guys. And I have a clip from that for Nancy Grace too at the end here, because I just didn't want to keep, going back and forth yet. I'm going to do some comparison videos, but I was trying to really keep the integrity of this interview. And as you were saying earlier, Shauna, Seth is still this way, you guys. This is over 2 years of fucking Groundhog Day for Seth. He still doesn't get any sleep. It's I mean, it's unbelievable. I know. Oh boy. I know, Shauna. It would be bad. I think people would be like, I think the mother is nuts too, right? I don't think she's involved. I just think she's crazy. Shauna says, yeah, you wouldn't want to see me on any platform if I were going through any of this. God forbid. Yeah, I know. Yes. Damn good father. Stand tall on that mountain. That's right, Shauna. I know. I mean, look, this is his baby boy. This is his mini me, And Seth has just been going and going and going and going, Aw, thank you guys for hitting that like button. Aw, you guys are amazing. But yeah, guys, this is the same thing that Seth has been going through for over 2 years. I just want to find my son. Where's my son? No sleep. No rest for the wicked.
And I just don't understand that the last time you saw shit like that was with Chris and Roberta Laundrie. So I'm just saying. I know that this is taking a massive emotional toll on you. Can you take us back to the moments leading up to Sebastian's disappearance and what was happening during your lives at that time, which led him to whatever you believe, whatever you know, whatever you're able to share, what was going on at that time for him to disappear?
I talked to him on Thursday. Everything seemed to be normal. I mean, sorry, it hurts.
I know, it's okay. I know you're hurt emotionally and physically at this point. And if you don't want to answer anything, if something's getting too much for you, you don't have to. You don't have to answer it.
I'm just trying to focus so I can answer the questions. That's all.
All right, guys. And poor Seth, I think the exhaustion just hit him as well as him going through the shoulder pain and stuff. And he did end up getting some surgery and things done on that. But still, I do want to point out that I did take out a couple times where before Justin would ask a question, he'd let Seth know that he didn't have to answer it. But every single question that Seth was asked, he answered the question. So he never declined to answer any questions that were asked of him at all. So I just want to put that out there. And again, it just speaks to the transparency. It speaks to the fact that in his desperation, he's looking for answers and he's hoping that if he gives us information that we can help him find his son. I just don't know what more he could have done. No rest until he comes home. Exactly, Shauna. What stress does to the body. I know. Exactly, Shauna. I mean, stress is the number one, taker of lives, right? Because it just takes a toll on you. All of it, emotionally, mentally, physically. It affects our nervous system. So, it affects everything. And, again, I just want to say that it's just so vastly different from when we're looking at how Chris and Katie do interviews and answer questions and beat around the bush and play the all around the mulberry bush, right? Just the monkey chasing the weasel, the hamster on the wheel. Not with Seth. He's telling us information so that we can help him find his son. He's not playing any games.
Pain is a overwhelming distraction at times. Sebastian was going to school. Whole point of him finishing his first year was he was supposed to come live with me. We were supposed to do a swap where she would have him every other weekend and he would be living with me, going to school. And if she wanted him on his breaks, then she would be able to have him on the breaks. If not, then he would stay with me. I mean, I wanted full custody of my son since the divorce, but I didn't. I don't believe it's my right to take a child's mother away. That's something that the child would debate or would decide at a later point in time. The only thing I wanted to do was protect him, and
respectfully, not every person who is a mother is a good mother or deserves to be.
makes me feel like shit.
You didn't do anything wrong. You're still not doing anything wrong.
Should have done things different. You wouldn't have been in that situation.
I know that me saying this isn't going to help you from beating yourself up. You're going to do that regardless. But look at the situation that you've been dealing with. It's not, you're going up against two people who are constantly battling you in every bit with your son. It's the same thing that Nina was talking about. They battle every step of the way because it's about control. It has nothing to do with love of the children. It has to do with control. That's what it is. So
Oh yeah, and narcissists love to go to court. They feel so important when they go to court and they're fighting with somebody. Oh, they love it. It's like it's their heyday.
How do I put it? Yes, you married her. Yes, you've been having this co-parenting situation for a long time. I have talked to you enough, and I've seen you talk in other interviews enough to know that you are not like that. And when you have somebody who is not like that, it's hard sometimes to grasp the full spectrum of what you're really dealing with. And so you can sit there and beat yourself up and say, I could have done this, I should have done this, but you don't know what you don't know. And I don't think you truly know what you're dealing with or have been dealing with.
Just makes me look for him harder. It just makes me want to find him faster.
What do you think might have happened to Sebastian? Do you have any theories or suspicions about his disappearance that you're comfortable sharing? If not, that's okay.
I'll let you know. I have theories and suspicions all day long. But they're suspicions. You know.
Right, but I will tell you that, even Deception Detective brought this up and it's in his deck somewhere. I can't pinpoint exactly where it is, but he talks about it, right? When people don't have theories and they know what's up, right? They already know. They're not trying to speculate, right? But Seth's like, I have a lot of theories. I have a lot of suspicions. I'm speculating. Of course he's suspicious. If he wasn't suspicious, I would be asking him why. Why wouldn't you be suspicious when all this shit's gone down and you know it? You know? And you're right, Shauna. We all wish we could have done things different. If you're a good parent, you know. Yeah, and I mean, I don't think anybody that would be answering honestly would sit there and be like, "Oh yes, I've been a stellar parent. Everything I've done is perfect." No way. There's no way I could ever safely say that or, say it with a straight face. Especially I had my daughter when I was 19, right? So like basically I was still growing up, right? I mean, I couldn't even drink yet. When I had her, I was still learning myself, I thought I knew everything. No. I mean, I had my own place. Her dad and I had our own place and that sort of thing. So we were responsible in that way, but we really were like playing house. We didn't know what the hell we were doing. Um, just crazy. But no, I mean, and there's so many instances where I could think back and just be like, I wish I would have done that better, and divorce is hard because divorce is a whole other set of regrets, right? Because you wanted it to work or you wouldn't have gotten married. You wanted a family. You don't want your child to have a broken family. Then you realize that if and your ex didn't work out, sometimes it's because, maybe your ex was not a great person. Now you're opening yourself up to other people who aren't great people. And then you're sending your kids over to be with people who you don't fucking know. It sucks. It's horrible. Add on to that a narcissist who loves to fight in court. Add on to family court loves to rack up the bills and, the lawyers are getting, rich off of it. So they'll entertain the narcissist is what I'm trying to get at. It sucks. It's horrible, 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 horrible situation. And then, for Seth, he has to learn that this happened at their house and he had no control over it at the end of the day. But it doesn't change the fact that he feels bad about it or still guilty about it, right? Like wishing he could have done more, wishing he could have done something different. I get it, Shauna. I know. Seth displays more sadness, grief, guilt, and all the deep feels. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, more than Sebastian's own mother, where her kid disappeared under her watch. Yeah, exactly. She's never come out and expressed that sort of guilt, which I find to be very odd. I do. NorCal, the guilt, right? And maybe it's that old-fashioned Catholic guilt, but I'm just saying, like, I don't understand how she couldn't feel like, again, what we were just saying about, I wish I could have done better or different or more or, I mean, I guess Katie did say one time I remember her saying, like, I would have slept outside his door, but that was after getting like a bunch of shit, you know. If I would have known, because everybody was like, well, when the thud happened, did you go check on him? Right. But here's Seth just after the thud, right? Nancy Grace, because Nancy Grace happened on March 25th, 2024. This interview is April 3rd, 2024. So Katie introduces the thud. We knew about the noise, right, and everything, but then Nancy asks her to describe the noise. She says, just a thud. So again, Seth is like, she has a habit of not checking on him. So how many thuds did she hear in his room, or did she hear stuff going on in his room and not help him? And then she turns around and says that the noise in his room could be him exploring himself like a 15-year-old boy would. And you can imagine why a mom wouldn't want to, go barging in when she doesn't know what he's doing in there. Really? It's a little ironic in a very creepy way. Yeah. Oh, Justin is so sweet, Shauna. That's why it sucks because a lot of good people were driven away. A lot of good people were driven away because of this crap. Because they're local, they don't want to be threatened. They don't want their tires slashed. They don't want, something, heaven forbid, some crazed lunatic going after their family. Unbelievable. And I appreciate him and his care and kindness. He also linked up Seth with Joe Petito. We all know how that turned out. Anybody good that tries to get close to Seth in order to help him, really genuinely help him and support him, people try to drive a wedge in between that. They did it to Tony, and they try to scare people off from caring about and helping and supporting Seth. And then they even go so far as to say things like, well, it's about Sebastian, not about Seth. Really? Because last time I checked, we don't know where Sebastian is, but we know his father's looking for him. So who else are we supposed to support? Chris and Katie and their bullshit? I don't think so. I won't be signing up for that list. No way. No way. Shauna, I'm telling you, Gargamel. Gargamel. Little Miss Sharon, thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. And if you got a membership, make sure you say thank you, guys. And I'm sorry, little Miss Sharon, I kind of read your guys' comments like it was like a big blur. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. And again, if you got the membership, welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Gargamel. Oh my gosh, that cracks me up. That's hilarious, Shauna, because I never thought of that. When you said Gargamel, I'm like, I was like, that is on target, you know? He reminds me of my sister's ex. Even after the kids were grown, he was still taking her to court over car parts or stupid stuff like that. That's what I mean. They don't care what it is, Detroit. They're like, oh, yeah, we got court coming up on the, next month. I can't wait. And it's like, are you serious? Who likes to go to court? Nobody. Nobody likes to go. It doesn't matter what it is. If it's for a traffic violation or anything, people are not wanting to go. And especially with your ex. Can you imagine? Some people are like, I'm good if I never see my ex again. But a narcissist, they love it. You're still their supply. Even though they discarded you and they don't want you anymore, they love getting narcissistic supply off of you still. And that includes, torturing you and making, you show up to court and still, give them their supply, So, oh, Shuddy Pie. Okay. Well, welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. I need to start having two windows up because that way I can see the chat. Shauna, thank you so much for your super chat. She says, Sebastian, we will find you. Lady, thank you. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Shauna. Hey, guys, I appreciate you guys being here and listening to me go on about this and then revisiting these with me because, look, it's so important. It is so important. You know, we have to look at these and then, listen to what has said. You know, even though it's hard to revisit these topics, it really is because it's getting down to the meat and potatoes of things. People were demanding answers in the beginning. We still are. I hear you guys. I see your comments, but there's no remorse, Funtuski. Yeah, that's the perfect word. Not maybe not the guilt as much, but no remorse for a situation like where you could feel like that you had played a part in it. It's like whether unintentional or not, but you would think if it was unintentional, there would be some remorse, right? Because then you would be like, oh my God, I can't believe that happened. I can't believe. I mean, we're talking about a whole child, a whole 15-year-old child, kid, young man. And you don't feel and your only son, your only child. I don't know. Nobody would have to make me feel bad. I would already feel bad. I'd be like, I don't know where what happened. But I guess she has come out and said it. She doesn't know. And Chris and Katie did the same thing to Nina and Seth. They knew that they didn't have the money to fight them, so they would take the children. Yeah, thank God the judges weren't played, yeah, from their lies. Well, and I think it was, because of the family court stuff in Tennessee the first time. I think that's maybe why the feet have the reputation that they do. But Mama Bowersox was all over that, all up in it, you know. And when you have an ex-mother-in-law like that, mine has passed away, so I have to be at least some. I mean, I'm respectful, but it's very difficult because they are the flying monkey, the biggest one. And, a lot of times who's not going to believe the grandma? Many times we think of a grandma, oh, they're the best interest of the kids. No, for a narcissist's mom, he's the main priority, not the kids. And that's a very tough pill to swallow when it's your child's life on the line. It's a very, very difficult situation to be in. And make no mistake about it, they're there for their son or daughter, depending on the situation. Um, they could have said that they love you, whatever. I mean, I was in that family since I was 16. So, it doesn't matter. All right. But yeah. And again, I just think Seth did everything he could do.
Can't really back it up because I'm not in charge of the investigation. But it don't make sense. If there's no scent of him leaving the house on a weekend that was 70, 75 degrees, then he didn't walk away from the house.
I think that it's very I'm just going to say it. I think it's very obvious he didn't just walk away from the house. If the story that's being painted or told to us is true, and he went out there barefoot, then there is no way that those bloodhounds would not have picked up a scent leaving that property somewhere, and they didn't. So there's no way that he.
Been something. There's concrete. You lose skin cells all the time. You're barefoot. You got socks on. You're going to lose particles. It's just. None of this makes sense. None of this makes.
The only thing that would make sense for the dogs not to get a scent is that if he left that house in a vehicle and didn't walk off like they said. That's the only thing that could make sense. That's the only reason why a dog would not have picked up a scent. Any of the dogs that came out would not have picked up a scent. No cameras picked him up. And there, in 2024, people, you don't just vanish.
No. In 2024, I'll walk outside right now and you look around and people have at least their porch light on. Something that makes it obvious so that if you're walking around the house, they can see. Nobody has their yard and their house all blacked out so that cameras can't see shit unless you're fucking hiding something.
I would agree. But even in the dark, a lot of these cameras can still pick up.
Well, I am law enforcement, and I'm not trying to sit there and point fingers. But you think for 1 second that the people that lived there did not know where people's cameras were at?
They know. And again, you don't have to say anything to what I'm going to say, but I find it odd that she works for ADT and there's no security.
She works for home security.
For it was Brinks. Okay, somebody said AG. I thought it was Brinks, but okay, Brinks. But so same thing though. You work for them, you get free security systems, or at least discounted. So I find that I just have found that very. I'll just say odd, is what I'll say.
Unusual, weird.
Unusual. Yeah, it's strange.
What is your theory about where is Sebastian?
I wish I knew where he was, to be honest.
Your theory.
I think it's possible that someone has my son.
Why?
Because I feel like if he had been close to the house or had walked off, that we would found him by now with as many people as we had searching.
Have you checked his social media?
He doesn't have social media.
All right. Look at Chris's face. And look at Katie's face. And look at her. She's looking here, like somewhere over here. I don't even know. Looks like she just got hit over the head with those cartoon mallets or something. Hey, Gigi. And, I agree. And, I hear you guys in the chat. KP showed who she was when she participated in that disgusting bullying of Nina. Yeah, and she was over there, filming it. And, they even made Nina out to be, a nut job because of her reaction at the airport right before Sebastian went missing when they were picking Faith up. Unbelievable. But yeah, so Katie, her theory becomes something that Seth has been saying, right? And in the beginning, I played a clip of him at the candlelight vigil asking the cameras, as if he's speaking to his son directly, which is what many of these parents do when they don't know where their child is and they're hoping to get a message to them desperately. Is what Seth did, was look directly in the camera and say, son, if you're, if you can get to a phone, dial 911, right? Or call me, right? We're looking for you. We need help finding you. Pleading for his safe return, hoping he'll hear it, And then Katie over here is asked her theory, and she's like, oh, I don't know, to be honest. I don't know, to be honest. Bullshit, to be honest. Get out of here with that to be honest shit, So see, CPTSD does get into the way of the rational thought process for sure. Right, because you're in survival mode. You're in survival mode, Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And look at that baby curl. I mean, he's trying to hide it in front of Nancy. Cartoon mallets. Shauna, she does. Oh my gosh, her face. Just wait till I pause it in a little bit here. It's just like, what? She went off script. He's saying, yeah, what exactly. He's like, she just can't get it right. Effing Gargamel. Oh my god. They're scared of Nancy. He's trying to straighten that baby curl out and get it back with the rest of the hair like he doesn't have one. Uh-huh. I see what he's doing. I see right through it. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, guys. I know I got to get silly with it. They don't. Say, I think so too. But she's gonna say I got a clip of it. I had to, guys. I swear I was like trying not to clip everything from Nancy, but I was just like, I mean, it's so interesting. But yeah, she says, Nancy says, I'll ask you guys, why aren't you showing emotion? Why aren't you looking at people when we're asking or answering you questions? And she's like, it's because I've been I'm paraphrasing. It's because I've been crying for so many days in a row now. And, I'm just looking at a picture of my son. That's why I'm not looking at you. And it's like, bull crap, Katie. You're looking at a script. Quit lying. Quit lying. But Detroit, we need a laugh too, right? Oh gosh, Shauna. Especially this is just it's so heavy. I'm telling you. Pineapple Express. Funtuski with these two. They did something to calm down, right? I'm not trying to throw shade. They did. They did. They were like, we need to calm. We need to get calm. We need to get calm and collected, cool and collected. And Katie's like, okay, got it. And then she gets on the camera, blows it. So does Chris, by the way. Oh my goodness, we need we need a chicken with a mullet emoji. Oh my goodness. All right, Brenda, I'll have to get that custom emoji. I was gonna ask you guys too if you wanted to help me out with, a design idea for a funny, mug or something like that. I'm still learning the process, so I'm not trying to promote it too hard, right now because I'm still learning the design stuff and they'll get better as we go, I hope. I hope they don't get worse as we go, but that's so cute. Little chicken mullet with a little chicken mullet with a little poop sign by. Oh my goodness. Somebody was there keeping them on script. Well, again, I know Detroit with this because all right, there's a lot going on. We can hear like not rumbling. How do I say it? There's movement and noises going on, right? With like as if there's people in the camper with them, right? And it's a nice camper that has like the pullouts and stuff, but it's still a camper, right? So even somebody in the next room over, you can hear it, right? So, you know, yeah, something was going on in that camper that night. They were not alone there. I don't know if it was Chris's buddies who were over there helping him clean something up. I don't know what. Look, we don't even know if the camper was processed because they took off in it. And there was a lot of talk about it being, the camper being switched also. So no baby Huey. Chris's baby Huey. Oh my goodness. Yeah. They like Nance. Oh shit, the pineapple. Shauna. Oh my goodness. Kidnapping and parental alienation are violent crimes. It's the psychological crap, Witchy, that it does to a kid. It does because kids don't ever want their parents to be talked bad about, even if it's true. They don't like it, right? It's a reflection of themselves and they blame themselves and it's just bad. And a baby girl, the busy pants with a side of Gargamel. He does get them panties in a twist, let me tell you. He like, are you wringing them out from all that pee pants, or what are we doing? What are we doing over here? They are baked, Brenda. Oh my gosh. Just got done playing a little Afro Man. I forgot to go on Nancy Grace because oh no. Oh, that's hilarious. We need a mashup of that song now. My mom used to call my brother-in-law Baby Huey. Oh, that's hilarious. Detroit. Oh, yeah, mommy, I need changed. I can just see Chrissy Pissy asking Cruella for a diaper change. Oh my goodness. And I'll tell you, and I don't know, it's very yeah, these eyes look stoned to the bone. They look stoned. They both look stoned to the bone. All right, and I stand on that. You know, I stand on that.
I'm going to throw this directly to Mr. and Mrs. Proudfoot. Much has been made. I'll ask you. You very often look away, don't look at who's asking you questions, show no emotion. Much has been made of that. And I'd like to hear your response. I'm not judging one way or the other. I'd like to hear your response.
So the fact of not looking at the camera all the time is because a picture of my son is sitting beside me, and I'm looking at him. As far as the crying thing, I have been crying off and on nonstop for a month.
Many people have asked me.
Okay, guys, why did she make that face right there? Very strange. Okay, and again, I mean, they look high as a kite. And here's the thing, what I don't get about it, a Gargamel tunic, coffee crime again. She would be hitting him with a bat and telling him I love you at the same time. Detroit. Oh my god, girl, that's hilarious. I can literally picture that in my head. She's so pleased. Oh my goodness. I'm glad we have to discuss the different ideas. We have to, KJ. You have great ideas too. Um, you know, I mean, and look, I would hate for somebody to have the answer out there in the bushes, you know. Come on out, bush people. If you think you know, share it, you know. I mean, you don't be a jerk and be like, I think Seth took him, because we know that Seth doesn't know where his son is. You know, let's behave a little bit, you know. But come on. I want to know what people think because I feel like I've exhausted all my options some days. Then some days I'm like, okay, all right, let's get motivated, right? What could have happened? So, but you guys all have great ideas, and there's a lot of times where someone will say something that sparks a new idea in me, or you know, or I might not have even thought about it at all, you know. So or maybe it was something I thought of a long time ago, and then I'm like, "Oh, yeah, that's true, okay." You know, so it's just and that happens with all of us, that's why conversation is good. Wouldn't it be more important to show the picture of Sebastian to the millions watching? Well, they were saying things in the beginning too, Brenda, which is horrible, and I'm almost glad that they're not out there anymore, I think, but I think a lot of them was, um you know, a lot of that stuff was happening on the hater channels. So I know people were clipping it and stuff. I'm sure. Look, the internet's forever. But yeah, they were saying things like Sebastian makes goofy faces in his pictures or something to that effect, or he looks goofy when he takes a picture. Nobody thinks that. We've all seen Sebastian's picture. He's super cute. He's really photogenic. Like all the pictures that I've ever seen him in, he looks like a cutie pie, you know? I mean, what is this? Um, I don't know. It's just a horrible thing they were saying the most horrible things, things you wouldn't expect a parent to ever say. Um, because again, zero self-awareness. Katie, where do you think Sebastian gets some of his looks from? I'll wait until you're ready to answer. No, but really, I mean, so if he looks goofy in pictures, I would venture to say that you look fucking goofy in pictures. Because he's your son, Katie, if you haven't, remembered that. If somebody wants, we can remind you of that since you don't seem to get that on your own. You lack that self-awareness that that is your son. So if he looks goofy, you look goofy. So what's that say about you? And it looks horrible as a mom to say something like that. It's awful. Oh, hey Devin, good to see ya. Oh, well, I hope you haven't been working too hard. Shauna got the tea. I agree. Things did change when CP entered it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it changed again when KP started acting more like CP, and then it went downhill faster than a luge on a ice trail. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, I'll say you're absolutely right there, Witchy. I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, and for Sebastian, he's like, well, how come Mom and Mr. Chris don't like me very much? Like, what did I do? But I think she was acting more and more like Chris. I really do. I believe they did take something and they all look in their interviews to calm down. Yeah. Yeah, and look at their eyes. Exactly. Yeah. And I think they were drinking on a couple of the panels, which I mean, whatever. It is what it is. But you could tell in this one, they definitely cuz could you imagine someone like Chris, right? And the anxiety Katie must be feeling because we all are like, noticing the anxiety on both sides from them because they both know they're going to screw it up, right? But I'm sure she's very anxious in knowing that Nancy likes to push people's buttons, right? That's what she's done. She's a prosecutor. She's very good. And, you know, she doesn't want Chris to explode. 'Cause, I mean, Nancy loves to poke the bear. So I'm sure Katie gave him some extra. She probably slipped some in his drink, a little bit more in his drink, you know? So he is radiating light in all of his photos. Exactly. Exactly. Devin, hey, you know what? And that's the thing, though. I mean, look, who doesn't think their kid looks so cute in their pictures? It's so weird, you know? Well, Barb, I'll tell you this. I don't think she put as much heat on them as she could have. I think that, her producers probably got a run for their money with Mr. Chris before the show. And that's probably when Katie dosed his drink. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I would, because like he's a loose cannon. But now he's pliable. And so she right? It's like, just let's get through this hour, and 15-minute interview.
I'd like to hear your response.
To the fact of not looking at the camera all the time is because a picture of my son is sitting beside me and I'm looking at him.
Oh, okay. All right.
As far as the crying thing, I have been crying off and on nonstop for a month.
I mean, look at her. She's supposedly looking at a picture of her son, and she says, I've been crying on and off for like a month. Oh my God. And then she goes back to the Katie of, I own it, Katie. Right? Like, I've just been like crying for a month. Get off my back. I mean, and then look at her. She's not going to say anything. You guys aren't missing anything, but what the hell? Look at her. Did you see that little twinge in her eye? And she's just staring at what she says is a picture of Sebastian. The reason that she's not looking at anybody or making eye contact or acting like a normal human. That's her excuse. for not acting. And then here's dumbass. He's looking at the picture too. Or he's looking at his script. Like Faye was saying, what is happening here? He can't even keep his eyes open. He's about to pass out, Brenda. you know? Yeah, exactly. Stockholm syndrome. KJ, the hostage situation. Yeah, it does. And then Katie looking with that Katie.
Many people.
I mean, she's still, and I think this is still, I don't think I cut it yet. This is them. I should have just zoned in, but I wanted to show Nancy too.
People have asked me, why did Miss Proudfoot not call 911 immediately? And here's your chance to answer that.
All right, guys. So again, I just kind of left this in because I wanted you guys to see this kind of what they were being asked to begin with, and then also about the 911. So they were asked about the theory. Now they're going to be asked about why they didn't call 911 immediately. People are wondering, right? That was a big topic at that time.
Because by the time I realized my son was missing and I called my husband, at that point I was hysterical. I was at the point where I couldn't even form words anymore, and my husband is the one who remained calm enough to call them.
Okay. And again, she's staring at a picture of her son, right? Being asked, why didn't you call 911 immediately? And she says that she had to have her husband do it for her because she was hysterically crying. Now, again, I want to put us back a little bit to the Only Hands interview where you can see their sausage fingers and she's stroking his arm and all of that jazz. Right? It was a Caitlin Miller interview where they would pan over to Caitlin Miller and her facial expressions said everything. It was the interview that they said they were too emotional to get on camera for, yet neither one of them shed a tear or cried. Okay? But Katie was asked by Caitlin Miller this kind of questioning, right? About what did you do when you realized Sebastian was gone and that sort of thing. Katie never brings up hysterical until she realizes that that's what we want to hear. So then we hear it in Chronicles of Olivia. I was like hysterical and I was like going around and choice words were used, like where the F is he, stuff like that. Country Katie was long gone, right? Then we have this one. This I own it, Valley Gal Katie. California Katie. So, then why didn't they take him until 1:30 p.m. to get home? Hysterical my ass. Well, exactly. Well, and he never shows her any type of like comfort. Even when she was very, very upset, right? Because we know what Katie looks like when she's very, very upset. If it has to do with her and her past getting out, she's hysterical. She's crying. She's feeling sorry for herself, right? But when it comes to Sebastian, she's cried for so long. Oh, I'm just sick of crying by now. God, guys. And I'm staring at my son. Bullcrap, Katie.
Hey, to be honest with you, Miss Grace,
to be honest with you, Miss Grace,
we live outside of city limits, so you don't call 911 because you get routed to a dispatching hub who asks what's your location, and then
really, Chrissy, wait a minute. So you're telling everyone, every single one of us, well, in the United States at least, I know that you guys have different ways, of emergency lines in different places, right? But in America, we're taught from a very young age that if there is an emergency and you need help, right? Or if you need help, and in this situation, Katie needed some help, right? She couldn't find her son. We've all been drilled with calling 911. Call 911. It's like if you catch on fire, stop, drop, and roll. Stop, drop, and roll, right? It's ingrained in us as kids. But Katie and Chris are trying to tell us that, oh no, where we live, you don't call 911. Well, where the hell do you live, Chris? You don't live on another planet. You live on the planet Earth. You live in the United States like the rest of us. So we're pretty sure that we were all drilled in our heads to call 911 when you need help from the police. No, instead, oh, well, let me help you out, Miss Grace. Oh, bull crap. Exactly. Karma, she's a karma chameleon. Karma chameleon. Exactly. I live in a township. 911 works exactly the same. I mean, it's just the easiest way, right? And it's easy to remember because if we're in a situation where, we are hysterical, it's easy to call it really quick, right? You don't have to be like, okay, dot, 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 right? No, instead you're just 911 quick, right? And it's a no-brainer. It's so ingrained in us, So, yeah, they sent Cruella. They sent, yeah, BS, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hey, Jenny by the Beach. Jenny by the Beach says, in my opinion, all the interviews with the Proudfoots followed the same script typically, especially we got home, he took the trash out because that was his chore. So much focus on the statement in every interview. Red flag. Yeah. And, we didn't even learn that Sebastian took the trash out until Chronicles of Olivia. You know, I mean, that's where they were really saying, that's his chore. He takes it to the end of the driveway, that sort of thing. In Smiley's interview, we heard about Chris throwing Sebastian's belongings in a trash bag and having him walk it out to the trash. But we didn't know that that was his chore. But that was the proof that was the alleged and supposed truth that we're all supposed to believe, that he made it home and took the trash out, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm calling 911 screaming. I'm on foot. Yeah, not the Proudfoot kind running. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Shauna, and I always keep this back here because, I think it speaks volumes. This is Katie, allegedly driving too fast to be looking for anyone and definitely with her windows rolled up. The morning that she says that she was searching the neighborhood for Sebastian, her window is rolled up. Unbelievable. You know? And again, these are the mistakes that they made, these blatant mistakes that they can't come back from. Same thing about when we see activity and lights on at 3 a.m. in the morning. It doesn't matter, if you run up to the Texas Roadhouse or not to get the footage. Doesn't matter. Mr. Pigfest t-shirt. So crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay, so here's Chris.
And they route you to another dispatcher to talk to give this story.
Right, to give your story. To give your story, Chris. What story? Why would you need to make up a story? Why don't you tell them the truth? Right? It's not a story. You don't have to tell them a story. You have to tell them the truth. I'm calling because my son wasn't in his bed when I went to wake him up for school in the morning and I cannot find him. There is no story, Chris. There is no narrative. There's no script. Oh, wait, I forgot. You guys are looking at a picture of Sebastian. Uh-huh. Sure.
I cut all of that out and I called straight to the sheriff's department because they have jurisdiction of where we live.
Oh, they have jurisdiction of where you live, huh? Made sure you called your buddies that have jurisdiction, who still have jurisdiction and who still have this open and ongoing investigation where they've let the two of you morons loose in the streets. There is no public safety issue. Everybody knows who hurt Sebastian, who took Sebastian, who put Sebastian somewhere, in my opinion. It's the two of you. It's the two of you that know. So, yeah, your buddy, you call your buddies who have jurisdiction. Gotcha.
So,
Oh, sorry. Oh, wait, what was that little face right there? Let's look at that micro expression. Let's do this. Hold on. Where are we at? 4910. Sorry. Oh, let's see. I just want that one little micro expression. Here we go. 49. No, sorry, guys. Oh, look at that one. All right, hold on.
straight to the sheriff's department because they have jurisdiction of where we live. So,
Oh, there it is right there, guys. Oh well. Oh well, sorry. Oh, too bad for me. Oh, well, I mean, what are you gonna do, right, NorCal? What are we gonna do? Oh well, you know? Ah, too bad. So sad. You guys don't like it. Sebastian's missing. Oh well. Yep.
sorry
Oh, sorry. Sorry. No, you're sorry, SOB, in my opinion.
that I decided to bypass a few steps and go straight to the source where they responded within 10 minutes of the phone call being made.
Oh, okay. Now he's really got his panties in a twist. Uh-oh, look out, because we know, Mr. Chrissy, there's not enough sedatives in the world when the narcissistic rage comes about.
So, you for a month you probably know every inch of Hendersonville about now, and some other areas: Natchez Trace Park, Goodlettsville, Madison, Gallatin, probably Clarksville. And that being said, can you walk us through the efforts that you've made in your search for Sebastian since he went missing, and what has that process been like for you?
Tolling. I have been to Drake's Creek Park. I have been across from there. I've walked through water clear up to my ankles. Well, to my calves. I had water up to my ankles in my boots. My parents have helped me search, and this was just the first week. I've been up and down Happy Hollow, Muddy Hollow, Tear Branch. I've been to the tallest point in Hendersonville. Didn't know that until I spoke to the gentleman that has a house up there.
What's the tallest point in Hendersonville?
There is a road that comes off of, what is it? It's New Long Hollow Pike goes this way. It's the road right next to the high school.
Oh, I know where you're talking about. Okay, I was just curious because I didn't know that was the tallest point in Hendersonville.
It's not, but if you pull up, you make the first left on there. I'm sorry, and you take that around. It actually goes all the way up to the tallest point in Hendersonville. At least that's what the gentleman told me that was outside of his house. He was there waiting on his wife to come back because he had locked himself out of the house. But he told me they had been following it, and he had been looking around, and I think that was on the Wednesday after he went missing. But I lost my voice the first week, just driving around screaming my son's name.
My coworkers thought I'd get fired for eating these gummies. Funny how I became the most productive person in the office.
If he was in that area, he would have heard me. I have a pretty loud voice. And then going back to everything, because now we're starting to research every place that we've been, because I think he's alive, and I think somebody has him, and I think they're moving him around, trying to stay away from wherever I'm searching. See how I've got people that want to follow me around, follow my volunteers around.
All right, guys. So that raised my eyebrows right there when Seth said I think he's being moved around, right? And it made me wonder also about the schools, but also other things too, and I really just can't put it past them to do that, and that's right, that's right, Bo, exactly. The dispatch is just like 911. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Um, we've never heard the 911 call, the scanner audio, nothing. None of it, Yeah, everybody still calls 911 for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, you mean Worshams? Yeah, Barb Worshams. I think that they should too. I don't think they even ever got it. I really don't. I really don't. Um, yeah, prawn. Yeah, I know what you mean. Now they call it CSAM, which I'm like, okay, at least we have an acronym for something. Um, and good to see you, IML.
They want to go in there a couple days after we've been there. We've gone back to places that we've put out flyers 3 days later, and there's no flyers there anymore. They're literally ripping our flyers down and getting rid of them. Somebody doesn't want me to find my son. It's not motivation to make me stop. You guys, you can't threaten me and make me stop. You might be able to stop volunteers from showing up because you're threatening people. But this is my heart that's out here missing, and I have to find it. I have to find the rest of me. And you guys ain't gonna make me.
The one thing, so there are people that have been following him, that have been trying to interfere with the search, and the level of audacity. He is a corrections officer who works, in a prison with some of the worst of the worst. You're not going to intimidate this man. You're not. What kind of support? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, I do work with maximum security, but I guess some of them are the worst of the worst, but they're still human. They're still human too. They're there to pay for their crime that they've done. All right. But I'll tell you what, even criminals have an issue with people that hurt kids. All right.
Absolutely.
So do gangsters. So does the mob. So does everybody. Normally, you don't mess with kids. You don't mess with kids, and you've messed with a kid that is autistic. And the worst thing is that you mess with mine, and I won't stop. I'm not gonna stop. You can't make me stop. You can't threaten me and make me stop.
I agree, Sean. I do. I agree. And, I don't know if I don't think Seth fears them. I think he just knows that he has to keep fighting for Sebastian. And if he does something to jeopardize his freedom, that he can't be there for Sebastian. He has to take care of himself first, so that way he can find Sebastian. So I think that's why he proceeds with caution, and I would too. Um, I would probably fall flat on my face some of that time because again, I don't know how he does it, but aw, thank you, Bo. Oh, that's wonderful. Thanks, guys, for hitting 100 likes. That's amazing. I have to get our little parties back in here too. Aw. Aw, put a buy a coffee. Oh, yeah. Oh, I will. IML. Yeah, I'm working on doing that too. I wanted to do a new bio too for the channel and stuff, so I'll definitely do that. Um, but I have like Cash App and Venmo up there. I think I might. Um, so, but Devin, I saw your comment earlier too. That's right. Don't mess with kids or animals. 100% right. So they weren't stealing the flyers, they were taking them down and throwing them away, in my opinion. They were doing that with signs too. Unfortunately. I don't it's so sad. We talked about it earlier too. They were doing the same thing in Michael Monkey Vaughn's case too.
It's not gonna work. Get over yourself. You ain't that important. And I'm talking to whoever's got my kid and whoever's wanting to follow my volunteers around. You're pathetic.
So this foundation stick right here is by far my favorite. It's white, but when it goes on and then you
And you're a coward.
Well, I can tell you, you're not going to stop volunteers in this area. This community wants to try to find him, and we're not scared. It's a good community. What kind of support would you say you've received from the community, from authorities, from organizations during the search for Sebastian?
A lot of the I've received a lot of support from everybody that comes out to help search for my son, every business owner that allows me to put my son's flyer in their window, property owners that I get a hold of and I call up, and they literally drive over to where their property is and unlock it and let us come in and search. I mean, it's extraordinary. And I appreciate that 100%. When I call you up and I asked if I could go on your property, I'm not accusing you. I'm just asking because this is private property. It's yours. And the only thing I can do is ask you if it's okay if I come on it to search for my son. And I appreciate those that say yes. Those that say no, it's your prerogative to say no, but why would you try to stop me from finding my son? You know, I'm not asking you to let me search this on my own. You can walk with me. You can come with me. Help me find my son.
Aw, he said, help me find my son, you know? Heartbreaking. Yeah, Brenda, and I don't know, because we know who was taking him down when it came to Michael Monkey Vaughn's signs and posters and things like that. So I don't know. I don't know why they can't figure it out. It seems like they can't find their arse from a hole in the ground half the time. I mean, gee whiz. You know. I will do it. Thanks, IML. That's so sweet. I know I'm working on kind of revamping things and that sort of thing. Little by little. Thank you though. They were also spreading rumors Sebastian was found and taking down the flyers allegedly. Yeah, exactly. And just when we were just there, they had went out to eat. I think it was a group of people that had went out to eat with Seth, and someone either in the wait staff or something, I want to make sure I get the story right, was saying that they thought Sebastian had been found already. So there's definitely being, well, even to this day, allegedly rumors being spread that Sebastian's found. So you don't have to keep the, poster up because he's already been found. And people say, "Oh, okay. Well, great. He was found." So it's very again insidious, and we know how insidious these people are. Yeah, just pure evil.
That has been my plea the whole time. I need people to come help me find my son. Heads up, eyes open. He could be around the next corner.
Where is the best place to find where y'all are searching, how to get there, how to get in touch with the people who are organizing that? What's the best way for that? That's going to be my first question in regard to that.
We're meeting at we meet there every morning at around 9:30 at the Rudder, at the parking lot at the Rudder. That's where we meet. We hand out flyers to get out people flyers. We have everybody sign in. The only reason we have people sign in is so that at the end, we know how many volunteers we had, so we can do a head count. So we're not missing anybody, because the last thing we want is somebody to go missing while we're searching for my son. I don't want anybody hurt or injured. You know, if you don't feel comfortable doing something, open your mouth and say it. You know, I try to split people up so that, you know, they have adequate protection. There are people that literally are armed with my people.
If somebody local to wanted to get a flyer to hang, like a business owner in their window, or obviously there's the yard signs around, who would people contact to get that? Do you know?
If you're trying to print it out yourself, you can always go on the TBI website and print it out. If you're wanting flyers so that you can put them up so that your customers, your patrons can grab a flyer when they come in, swing by. I got stacks of them. UNC left me 10,000 flyers, and we will go through them. TBI has told me that they will print out more flyers for me. I asked for 6,000 the last time I spoke to them. They were kind of like, really? And I'm kind of like, I'll take all you can give me, because I'm not going to stop. I got people tearing down flyers and taking them out, and so I got to replace those too. It just means I have to double my efforts more than they already are.
What about the yard signs that we see? Do you know where those are at?
From my understanding, there is a gentleman by the name of Rip Wheeler that has those. I can find his information.
Okay, I can always update people with that. But I know that I'll put one in my yard. I'm happy to do that. There's one actually right at the corner of my neighborhood. And I'm happy to pass out some flyers and some stuff too, and be out there again to help you search. That's what they need. They need eyes. That's the most important thing in these searches. If you were here yesterday listening to Caleb Harris's parents, that's what they need too. Eyes. That's what Seth needs.
You know, on your way to work, you know, if you're an Uber driver and you're dropping people off, if you're a Pizza Hut delivery person or Papa John's or Domino's, you're delivering food. You're going everywhere. Just if you're a delivery person, period, you get out to more places. UPS drivers, you know, FedEx drivers, anybody that's out there on the road, including law enforcement. If you're out there, I need your eyes open. Please look for my son.
So one thing that I have to remind people when you're looking at true crime, current events, things like that this is not entertainment. This is somebody's life. This is somebody's family. This is somebody's child. And I sometimes feel that can get lost in the shuffle. So for whatever you're comfortable saying, how have you been coping with the emotional toll of his disappearance? How's it affected your life, your routine? I know you told me a story about your house.
I don't have a life. When my life was a every other weekend or a summer break or a spring break or a fall break, that's when I had life. My life stopped when I dropped my son off at his mother's house. Then I would just work. My life began again when I picked him up on my next following Friday. I worked. Before I went into law enforcement, I was working at Allied. And I told them, listen, every other weekend, I need off. I was like, I will work 12 days in a row, but you have to give me my every other weekend off. Don't call me to work. I'm not gonna do it. I will work all these days so I can have my Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with my son. That's it. My life revolved around my son. And since my son has gone missing, my life I don't have one. Because my life is missing. My son is missing. My mom told me I need to clean my house. That'll help me. I can't clean my house. I can't really clean my house. I clean my kitchen. I run my dishwasher. Can't go into my son's room. He's not in there. I don't want to clean up my living room because there's magic cards all over my table. When he comes in, I want it to still be the same way, like he hasn't left. That way.
All right, guys. I mean, just thinking about this, and Randa, I'm right there with you. I mean, I get what Seth is saying. He can't clean his house because he feels like he wants it to be the way Sebastian left things, but that's kind of hard when he's been missing as long as he has at this point, um, a couple of months, at this point. Um, yeah, he's stuck in time. Exactly, Sam. And I mean, think about it 2 years later. It's so sad, Faye. It really is. Um, so, oh, yeah, maybe it was accidental. Thank you, KJ. I can still always see the comments still, like, on StreamYard. For some reason, it doesn't show them if they're deleted, but, um, it is very heartbreaking. Um, the memories, the way that they had their game. I mean, sometimes those games go on and on. So there's certain things that, ways that he had those cards. And then, you don't want to leave the cards out because you don't want them to get ruined. And oh my goodness. So, um, yeah, how do you concentrate with stuff like that going on? I can't imagine. I can't imagine. And it's good to see you, Sandwich. Yeah, it's just so sad. So, so, so sad. Um, and way too long.
When he walks into my house, he knows that he's back in his sanctuary.
Oh yeah, Randa, he's got everything. Seth has everything that people have sent, everything. All waiting for Sebastian.
Routine? I don't have a routine. Let's just try to sleep every once in a while. I'll be driving and I just pull over because I get so tired I can't even focus on the road. I just pull over, give me like 30 minutes worth of sleep, and then hit the road again. There is no stop. There is no downtime. There's nothing. There's nothing but the goal of finding Sebastian.
Regarding the search and efforts and ongoing, is there anything else regarding that you'd like to share with the people that are listening, or anything else in general you want to share with the people that are listening?
Not really. I mean, I'm giving this all I got.
I know.
Until there's nothing left to give. And then I'll give some more. I'll find more to give.
So, like I said, as you can see, this man needs help. He needs help. So again, if you are local, I know that there are a lot of local people watching this. I know that this was shared in the groups. I've said this a couple times. Please go out and search, even if you can only do it for an hour, 30 minutes, whatever. If you can't, the Cash App scrolling across the bottom of this, the TMB Fleming, that is Seth's friend who is managing this stuff for him. Because when I tell you all this man does is search for his kid, that is literally all he does. That's all he does. He might get 30 minutes of sleep every now and then. He eats enough to kind of keep going on. So he has people that are helping him with this. And like I said, searching can be expensive. So please do help. And if you can't help with your eyes, help monetarily, help, sharing, even if you aren't in the area, like he said, you can go to the TBI's website, download Sebastian's flyer. You can plaster it all over your social media because optics are everything in cases like this. And I know that this is going to come up in the coming days because it's already been, so that's why I'm asking it, is in regard to the clothes that he was wearing to Texas Roadhouse. Do you know if police have it? Do you know if they're accounted for? Anything like that? Or are you not even allowed to say?
I don't. I have no idea. I mean, we're talking about. I was in that house for on and off for 3 days before it became a hostile situation. But I didn't get to see that video of Texas Roadhouse for over a month before they showed me that video. So I can't even tell you if what clothes were there. That would be something that the investigators would have to actually look for.
Okay. I know people asked, and I wanted to make sure that, they heard it from you. So the goal with this is to make sure that we quell rumors around it, because really when you're searching for somebody, you want to make sure that the truth is what's out there and the truth people haven't. With some of Seth's interviews, people have tried to judge his body language, the way he holds his hands over his head or whatever. I'm telling you, think about how you would feel if you have been on your feet with limited sleep, limited food, an emotional, not even a roller coaster, just an emotional dive, plus you injure yourself while searching. Just kind of think about that before people start giving any accusations about him, because I can tell you, I have talked to him a good bit, especially in the last few days. A lot of creators that I know who he's talked to, Pascal, others that he's been with and who he's talked to, we can all tell you that this man is incredibly genuine, and the only thing he wants in the world is to find his kid. He has good reason to believe that Sebastian is still alive. So the important thing to do is find him, because, in these situations, time is always of the essence. Once they scaled back the search, it felt like there was no more search except for what you were doing. Even with the search, when it was heavy, they didn't take. I know that they took your phone and they took Katie's phone for a long period of time. I know Chris got his phone back within a matter of hours. I know that they came in and searched the house for a couple of times. When I say search the house, I mean they came in and looked, but there's not been anything done, from my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, forensically. And I just feel that there's a lot more that could be done. I believe in the power of social media. We've seen what social media can do in a lot of different cases. And I'm probably going to not be people's favorite person when I say this, but get on law enforcement, guys. Call the Sumner County Sheriff. Start asking some of these questions. Ask them why. Because, you could bring luminol in and see if there was, any injuries. You could see possibly, where he went out. There's a lot that can be done that I don't think has been done. And this boils down to being more than just Seth and a bunch of volunteers looking. You need law enforcement on this. And it's been very frustrating in Tennessee to see how law enforcement has been in some of these cases. And maybe I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say that maybe they're not communicating everything, because they do know stuff that we don't know. They know stuff that we don't know. The public's not entitled to everything, but I would hope that as a parent, they would at least bring Seth in on some of that. And you don't have to say anything to that. I'm just saying that. Is there anything else that you want to talk about or convey to people? Anything else at all?
I appreciate the help, people. I really do. I know Sumner County doesn't like me. I know I'm pretty sure the sheriff's office is tired of me. But I don't care. This is my son. I'm going to step on people's toes. I'm getting to that point where I'm just fed up. I'm fed up with no answers. I'm fed up with I'm
I'm law enforcement, but I'm an amateur because I'm not an investigator, and I'm seeing things that should have been done and haven't been done, and it's just giving. It's leading to more answers.
Okay, guys. So he means questions. He's gonna correct that in a second. But yeah, I mean, look, he is a corrections officer, but when he's looking at different things like the contamination of the crime scene right off the bat, many of us can recognize that. Even I remember in Elizabeth Smart's case, her uncle saying, "Oh, wait a minute, we're all in the crime scene, right? Where she was taken from, and we're all, here at the house, contaminating the scene." So just any person can kind of surmise that. And Little Miss Sharon, this creator is called Justin on TikTok. Well, he was back when this interview was done, but now he is just in the nick of crime, and he does TikTok and YouTube, true crime.
I'm sorry, is leading to more questions that don't have answers because things weren't done like that. More questions and more questions. And I haven't shared everything that I know. But the
No, I know you can't share everything you know. You can't.
I can't. Because some of that stuff that I know that have been through leads that I've gotten, I want to share. But Sebastian deserves justice, not vengeance. My son's going to have justice. And we're going to find him alive. Because if you've hurt my son, I feel sorry for you.
What's the reward up to currently, Seth?
Actually, don't add anything to it currently, because
you don't want to add anything to it.
No, I've got some information, and I need to go down there and have a talk with that gentleman.
Okay.
All right, guys. So again, this was the reward that Pascal was putting out too, that was supposed to be locally given as well. And so, it was some business owners got together. It did fall through. It was kind of like a hoax situation, and people were giving to it. So, we see this a lot in these true crime cases where people will, do that and act in those sorts of ways, which is very suspicious, but they don't even have anything to do with it. They're just exploiting a situation. And I think that's what ended up happening with the reward. But it was a sketch. Exactly, KJ. It was a sketchy situation. And you're welcome, Faye. I was so thankful for you helping out with Devin and trying to figure out the chat. So thank you so much. But yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable the stuff that Seth has had to go through.
So never mind, don't do that. Thank you for sharing that. And do the proceeds for this, does any of this go towards you once you get it, or towards the search?
It was supposed to. I haven't seen anything from it.
Okay. You can get it on your own then, and yeah, it's a walking billboard at least.
Yeah, there's actually on the Facebook page, there's a lady up here in Clarksville. I think she's charging like $25 for a shirt. I can get that information and give it to you.
Yeah, if you get that, I'll happily post that, and we can do that.
I mean, I'd rather it stay in the community, if not in the community, at least in my community. If not Sumner County, then at least in Clarksville, in Montgomery County, because she has a job. And if we can bring income to her job, then it stays instead of sending out to somewhere else. Nothing against the company or whatnot, but really don't know them. somebody had to design it, and they asked me permission. I told them go ahead. And then this lady saw him, and she runs a print shop up here in Clarksville, and she's the one that made this one for me. So
Chris said that he was going to take a lie detector test, a polygraph. He had said, if I recall on a previous interview, that he had already taken one. Then when Nancy Grace asked him, he said he hadn't taken one. And Nancy said, if I set one up, will you take one? And he said he would. So Nancy Grace sets up the polygraph. And Chris gives the excuse that he can't take it because of the TBI. Literally have never heard that excuse ever, because it would have nothing to do with that. However, Seth is also taking a polygraph that Nancy Grace is setting up, and you're doing it on Wednesday?
Yeah, she asked me if I would take one because I haven't had one yet. And I told her, sure. And they turned around and called me back earlier today, and they're setting it up for next Wednesday.
So I want to just kind of point that out, that this man has nothing to hide. Sorry, say again?
Said, yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah, he's got nothing to hide.
And if the TBI tells me that I can't take it, they need to put it in writing so I can show it to everybody.
I have a feeling the TBI isn't going to give a shit if you take the polygraph.
I'm pretty sure that they won't. I don't care. I don't have anything to hide. So why would I? Why would I? I don't want to hide behind HIPAA. You know,
I get what you're saying. Somebody just said something, made an offer for you, and I know that you're searching, but I'm going to pin this up, and if you're interested, you can tell me, and I can get you two together. But if you can read what's on the screen, somebody who has a spa in Hendersonville, which I think is very, very generous of you. In fact, I want your information then as well, because if you're willing to do that, I want to support your business. But it might behoove you with what you've done to yourself, to maybe take 30 minutes to an hour and take advantage of this. If you want it, I can get with this person, and I can get you with them, and we can get everything set up, so you can let me know. But I think that it would be really beneficial for you, because you and I both know, okay, look, we're not young anymore, Seth. We don't heal like we used to heal. And you know that if you keep going the way that you're going to make it so you can't go at all anymore.
Speak for yourself. I'm still young. All right. I put stuff in my goatee to make it look all gray and everything, okay?
Is that what you do? Because I put stuff in mine to get rid of the gray, and I didn't do a good job tonight.
So yeah, I think it's called stress, but it's cool. You know, if I find stress, I can get rid of some of that stress. A lot of it when I find him.
Okay, well, then let me put it. Then you will be able to keep going because you heal miraculously, but it will still help your shoulder. Is that better?
That's better. Thank everybody for showing up. And I thank all those that will show up. And I just need people to keep your head up and your eyes open. He's out there. We're going to find him. Sebastian's army is going to find him.
And you're going to see me in a couple days out on another search with you. Maybe tomorrow or Friday.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on information because I've been informed that if my search groups are out there to stay away from law enforcement search area, because supposedly they're going to arrest anybody that they catch in those areas searching. So I don't know if this is true or fact or hearsay, but I'll find out.
Let us know, and I will make sure to. If that's the case, I will happily blast that information out there. Because why you would stop people from searching? Because I've been out there. Nobody has gone on this search and has been anything but respectful that I've seen of people's property, of people's time. So why they would want to impede searching for a kid?
Well,
we use the word odd.
that. Do I?
Again, sorry. I said I think we used the word odd earlier, but sorry, what'd you say? I interrupted you.
When law enforcement is doing a search, they do grid searches and stuff like that. I could see that they don't want any interference from people who are not trained.
Okay.
They don't want anybody stepping on evidence or anything of that sort. So believe me, I try to find out where they're at so that I'm not having any of my volunteers coming across them. So if you are out volunteering and you are handing out flyers and you see them, kindly just turn around and walk the other direction. Because we don't need to be spending money on bail. Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So I guess if you are going to search, don't do it. With that being said, don't do that on your own. Just meet at the rudder at 9:30, or if people were to get there a little bit later, are they still able to search?
Yeah,
if they get there after that 9:30 mark.
Yeah.
So if you can't get there at 9:30, they're doing it between 9:30 and 5. Get there when you can. Again, if you can donate just a couple hours, time is free. What I'm very frustrated with as far as communication goes, and this has nothing to do with you, is that one of two things is going on here. Either in our community, the community that I live in, where I have a child in this community, either there's a child abductor out there and they have not reassured the community that we're safe, or they don't believe that there's a risk to the entire community and there's a reason for that. Those are the only two options that you have here. But being the fact that I am a member of this community, I live in this county, it would be nice for them to give us an update on what they think on that. And that's what I'll say for that. And I hope that you take advantage of the massage. And the other thing, which I know I have beaten this horse to death with you, I know that, but I'm going to say it again anyways. Please call Joe Petito.
Will do. I'll do that too.
Okay. Well, have a great night. Thank you for coming on, and you and I will talk soon.
Yes, sir.
All right, have a good one.
Thank you, everybody.
Did you leave the home also, Miss Proudfoot?
Yes, ma'am. Why? To accompany my husband going back to work, and then I'm coming back.
Okay, when will you be back? Do you know yet?
No, not yet.
Are you concerned about being away while the search is ongoing?
Absolutely, I am.
Then why are you going?
Because my son could be anywhere, and we're looking everywhere and anywhere.
I've got a question for you.
Yes,
I want to find out about Mr. Proudfoot hitting Sebastian with a belt. What happened?
That was actually several years ago, and it
To
was
Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr. Proudfoot.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Proudfoot, what happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were asking Katie. Sebastian had gotten in trouble. He got caught lying. And I had asked him, I said, hey, you got to have a punishment for this. He says, yes, sir. And I said, okay. So I gave him a swat with a belt on his buttocks on the outside of his clothes. One swat.
What did he lie about?
Honestly, I don't remember at the time, but it was probably something dealing with school, because that's majority where his issues lie.
Did he have other issues at school?
Some behavioral stuff, but nothing too crazy.
What kind of behavioral stuff?
He has a hard time. He's awkwardly socially blending in with students, so it's a little. He's trying to figure out how to do it, but respecting people's space. He gets a little too close, and then kids don't really accept that too much, so it kind of causes an issue. But he'll not stop, and he continues on. So then it causes an issue, and instead of being honest about it, he'll lie. Like, no, I didn't. Okay, Sebastian.
lying about doing
Was that the first time? Was that the first time you had ever hit him with a belt?
Yes, ma'am. The one and only time, actually.
When was this?
Years ago, ma'am.
All right. So, whenever people say actually, it's one of those red flag words, yeah, the BS, BS words, right? In my opinion too. Yeah, absolutely. It's like actually, and some people say that as part of their vocabulary, as their baseline, and that's just, that sort of thing. But I think that when it comes to Chris Proudfoot, he is definitely trying to pull the wool over Nancy's eyes. And we'll see that. Yeah, with the lies. Yeah, he's absolutely doing the most to pull the wool over Nancy's eyes. And she's not really having it.
Any idea how many? 3, 10, 1?
It probably at least 3 years ago.
I don't understand how that turned into a CPS or Child Protective Services complaint. How were they alerted that you hit him with a belt?
That did not turn into a CPS service call.
I've got a question about the belt incident. You're telling me that was the only time that you ever hit Sebastian with a belt?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also telling me that did not make it to CPS?
No, ma'am, that did not.
Okay, guys, so I wanted to show you guys this really quick, too, before we end out here. So these were some text messages that were shared on a public Facebook post. So I added them in here because I wanted you guys to see. And again, you guys can always watch this on a replay where without commentary. But this is the Republican caucus, the Republican Freedom Caucus, right? They have a YouTube channel where we have our new Pollyanna Thompson here. More than just growing pains, right? Because that's what the podcast is called, is Growing Pains for Sumner County. But it's more than that. So the real story in Sumner County, Tennessee, Kay Brooks posted at the time of this 8 hours ago. Seems Mayor Isbell thinks there's a game going on, and some of us are too stupid to realize it. I thought being deplorable was bad. Tim Jones, a county commissioner in District 23, a text message I wasn't supposed to see. Right? Okay, so this is from Mayor John Isbell's phone, right? And this was a screenshot, and it's showing the metadata for the screenshot. 4/23/2026 at 1:25:20 p.m. Right? And it shows this post. It shows who is the Sumner County Republican Freedom Caucus. And it says, putting himself on an island, too stupid to play the game. Play what game is that, Mayor John Isbell? What game are you wanting people to play? The good old boys game? The good old boy system game? Interesting. So here's a closer look. It says, who will stand up to the carpetbaggers and the good old boys of Sumner County, aka Sumner County Republican, quote, because they don't stand for Republican values. Freedom Caucus, please share, right? The Gallatin News. While some defend the same old establishment class, citizens are doing the hard work of restoring fiscal, and it goes on. Jeremy Mansfield setting the record straight about SCCR, Main Street Media, right? Tim Jones, okay? And then again, Here's a close-up of the same logo, right? Sumner County Republican, quote unquote, Freedom Caucus, because we know that they do not stand for the values that we typically see in a conservative mindset. And this is what John Isbell has to say, that this person is putting themselves on an island, too stupid to play the game. Too stupid to play the game, huh? What game would that be? Very interesting. And I have more to come on this, guys, but I wanted to show you this because this is breaking news, right? And this lady says, thank you, Tim Jones, County Commissioner, District 23, for being smart enough not to play the games with our tax dollars, and that of which is in the best interests of the citizens. They don't care about that. This is the same mayor that was at Sebastian Rogers' Day 4. One of the few times they actually got out and did a press conference for Sebastian Rogers. No picture up of him. Just Mayor Isbell, Eric Craddock, Ken Widener, and the public relations lady from TBI, Susan Nyland, who hid out of the camera view. I'm talking about Duck Dynasty of Sumner County with little old Munchkin King John Isbell himself. I did see him at Pig Fest. Of course, he's not going to miss a good time. So don't drink the Gatorade, right? Delusions of safety in Sumner County, and delusions of the Republican caucus as well. Heavy delusions, right? Don't be drinking that Gatorade, guys, especially the blue. Don't be drinking that Gatorade that Mr. Craddock likes to pass out. All right. All right, guys. So that is what I wanted to show you guys for tonight. Again, we will be putting together more of those pieces. This is one of the favorites that I put together for the merch, guys, because it's got the Dragon Tribe, you know, in the heart. So I hope you guys enjoy it. And I appreciate you guys so much for being here for this really important conversation to revisit. I know it's not easy, and I just appreciate you guys all, you know, being here with me for it. Yeah, well, they want it to be Epstein Island. No, I'm just kidding, Brenda. No, they do. They want it to be the EP Island, but that guy is putting himself on an island. He's implying that that guy is basically shunning himself if he has a different viewpoint and he doesn't want to play their game, right? So whoever goes, if you're not with us, you're against us. Now you're on that island by yourself, buddy. Very interesting verbiage, in my opinion. This was just today, Detroit, you know? So, yeah. Yeah, absolutely, guys. Thank you so much. And I appreciate you guys asking questions. I mean, it's the thing. The thing is that, you know, we and we all have to discuss it. So, you know, it's very important. I know. What time does the sun rise? I don't know, NorCal. I'm cutting it close. No, I just enjoyed your guys' comments. You guys had really great comments I wanted to share and discuss tonight. So, all right, guys. Well, I will see you guys all very soon. I love you guys all very, very much. And probably see you guys tomorrow night for Night Court. All right. See you guys soon.